Hey, everybody. How's everybody been? Welcome on back. I'm getting it ready. I'm scrubbing up, brushing my teeth, getting me some damn coffee, because everybody needs some coffee. Eat you a good breakfast, because this thing's about to hit. Hello, everybody. How is everybody today? Are we doing all right? Are we chilling? Oh, I have a mage. That was
Hello.
really, yeah. I lost track of time and lost 20 minutes. It's true. I'm guilty. I'm totally guilty of it. How are you, Mage?
Not bad.
Yeah, good. I'm tired. Yeah, me too. I got a flu shot on Thursday
Yeah.
for a job. I never get the flu. I haven't gotten the flu shot since I went in the army in 1989. Like I just don't get flu shots. Um, but that's awesome, Commander. He's making Musk into a furry. Um, what was I saying? Shit. See, I shouldn't read the chat. It's bad.
Flu shots.
Oh yeah. So I normally don't get one. Yeah, it's made me feel tired for the last few days.
I usually don't get the flu shots either, but then again, I usually don't get the flu. No. So,
Um,
it's the flu for
so
me. The flu for me is usually like once a decade, if that.
yeah. Free Palestine. Scream it, John. We should have been free. Somebody should have freed Palestine a long fucking time ago. But the problem is now is that Hamas is getting Palestinian people killed. That's the problem. So we run out of flu shots. I never get one. I save them for other. You run out of them? Oh my god, we
Wow.
never run out.
Hmm.
We just keep producing them over and over again. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's another thing. I'm not usually around people who I have to worry about, spreading the flu too. Usually,
Yeah,
so
yeah, same. I'm not around like kids very much. I'm never around old. I don't know any old people in this area except for one that's always gone, and I probably couldn't make her sick anyway. She's a beast. Oh, you're on an island. Well, I mean, yeah, but shouldn't like the whole of Canada make sure people have flu shots? Because that's how we do it here. It doesn't matter where you live. We make sure Hawaii has them, and they're on an island too.
several.
Yeah, they're on a few islands. Went to 4 or 5 of them, right? Yeah, but we always make sure everybody has them. We have supply issues, and don't we all have supply issues, honey? Let me tell you. You should have seen us here trying to get fucking COVID vaccines distributed everywhere.
Hmm.
Never, not to mention all the ones we sent overseas, because they sent those fuckers all over the place. Hamas is a pile of shit. I'll say it for you, and so is Hezbollah. Now, I have no idea what that last word is. Who the fuck is Hezbollah?
Yeah, unfortunately, the whole thing there really isn't good guys. It's just two who fighting in factions and the civilians getting caught in the middle.
Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, share it out. Get more people over here hanging out, which normally people show up anyways. I just have to wait. About 15, 20 after, I usually have a pretty good amount of people in here. And the flu vaccine here is free and available at your local pharmacy. Is not required though. Yeah, it's I think anybody can get a flu vaccine. I don't think anybody pays for vaccines. They might pay for the doctor's visit, but I don't think they pay for vaccines. Um, I'm not sure. I just went into my doctor's office and got it done. So, and I have Medicaid right now because I
Mm.
haven't had a steady job in a year, a year and 2 days. Did you know that 2 days ago, Mage, is when I lost my mind? A year ago. It's been a
Really?
year.
Hmm.
Yep. I got up in the morning and I went and got blood drawn and did a pre employment health screening and did all that shit. It's weird too, you guys. This is strange. I got to pee in a cup and it said there was cannabis in my system and it was okay.
Hmm.
I've never had a job like that before. Because the lady was like, "Yeah, you will do a urinalysis, check for all drugs. If you have a cannabis card, bring it with you." And I went, "Excuse me, what did you just say? I'm allowed to smoke pot?" So yeah, I went in there and she peed the cup and she looked at it. And she was like, "Okay, just cannabis." I said, "Better be. I'm gonna be really pissed off at the dispensary.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Put my pot, you bastards." I'm not feeling orange today. We're gonna change the color. I don't like it.
Well, it's still Halloween.
Yeah, but I'm feeling more of like a blue.
That's a good blow.
Wait a minute. Well, I gotta match the flames in the background. It's a
Mm.
necessity. So we gotta
So
find
it's
the right color here real
more
quick.
of a blue purple then.
Well, there's a bright blue in there. Sure, that's nice and bright. We'll leave it like that. Anyways, so I just thought it was funny because it was so weird to me. I mean, I have hidden pot in my this is the first time I have gone to a urinalysis and not bought fake pee before I got there. Ever. Let's see. One of my coworkers got COVID. I think I got my booster for the year. I'm actually waiting. I have an appointment on the 27th to go get a booster shot. Um, they said the flu and the COVID stuff, which I have, the first three or whatever, all those shots, but I need to get the booster for this year.
Yeah, I should
So
probably do that. Gotta make sure they're still not charging.
I'm bulletproof at this point if I'm still alive after the RCMP blankets. No shit, right? Mark, what's up, buddy? Hi, Carrie. How you doing, beautiful? Okay, well, I'm gonna wait for you to come back. So well, go ahead. We're gonna stop talking. No, I'm just kidding. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. Let's move us up here a little bit so we can show comments and not worry about it. Cool. Yeah, I don't know who else is coming. I thought Jenny was going to be. She's always late though, so I expect her to show up about 15 after.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to, Mage? What's crack-a-lackin'? What's on your brain?
Mostly I've been just celebrating my birthday.
Cool.
Got myself ordered some pizza last night. So
Oh,
that was
okay.
nice. Yeah. Had my uncle visit me earlier today. Just dropped off some old photos of my mom and stuff.
Oh, I forgot about you guys in Discord, so you now have a link if you would like to come in. I sent you one. I don't think you've ever been on my show, so you should come in and bullshit with us.
Yes.
Yeah, be good to see you.
I'm hearing myself back in an echo. Not sure what that's about.
Here.
Testing.
Wait, there's no way it's here. I have nothing else up but just StreamYards on my computer. And it's not going through my headphones, so
Let's see. I have YouTube muted, so I only have StreamYards listening to this. Yeah.
There she is. What time is it?
15:29.
I said she'll be here about 10 or 15 after. She's always late.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here before start,
Yeah. Yeah, you usually, well, I don't really get going until quarter after anyways. I just bullshit because I'm waiting for people to show up and shit, so it's all good. So today's stream, we're gonna do topics the chat wants to talk about. So whatever you guys have on your brains, whatever you want to talk about, bring it up, and we will have a discussion. Wait a minute, it's Mage's birthday today?
No, it was
Oh.
Thursday.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought we already
Thursday.
wished you a happy birthday, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah. My birthday was Thursday. I just had celebrated all weekend.
Mage is
Happy
just begging for extra
birthday
presents.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And a
doing.
second cake.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mage. Happy birthday to you.
Well, I
There
did
you
get the Garden Myths book, the first one, off my list. That's nice. I might just do a review of that one so I can read through it. The channel.
30 years since Hocus Pocus came out. That's a good Halloween movie. It's, it's funny, it's cute. People win in the end, all that shit.
I hear the sequel wasn't so good though. I haven't seen it myself though.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they made a sequel. So
Yeah, they recently made a sequel.
I'll be damned.
Oh, fuck. The Cleveland Browns just beat the 49ers. Woo!
Really? That's a pretty good accomplishment for Cleveland.
Indeed,
Well, I
it
don't
is.
know. I haven't watched football in years. I used to watch it all the time and know who was on top and who wasn't. But I left the X and I stopped watching it. That's how that happened. I'm not really I don't know. I don't not like Halloween. I'm just not like a person that's gonna decorate and do fancy shit for it. And I always live away from town because I hate living in cities. So if I do, it's a small town. So I haven't even handed out Halloween candy since I don't know, 2013.
And you wonder why your little house gets toilet papered?
No, it's just that I've not lived anywhere where people trick or treat, like where kids go. It just hasn't happened.
I haven't done the handing out candy since the pandemic.
Yeah, a lot of people take their kids to like the fairs and stuff where they can trick or treat around or whatever, the autumn festivals, and they take them into like certain neighborhoods that they know are safe. Nobody's gonna jump anybody or.
Yeah, this is a safe
The chance of getting dangerous candy is slim, like that's what they do because you have to.
Yeah, this is a pretty safe neighborhood. I get trick or treaters through here, but it's been down for a while now. Though I don't see as many as I used to, even though there's lots of kids around here. Yeah.
Well, kids don't generally go to the place that's scary looking, and I can imagine your house would be pretty scary looking with those wolves and stuff outside, and those slaughtered rabbits that you hang on the windows and things.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even know. The heck? Didn't even know you did that stuff, Mage.
Mage is very good at Halloween decorations.
Yes. We actually, when my mom was still around, and we had this dummy he made of a old zombie Halloween mask, and we had some old clothes, and we'd stuff it with more old clothes, so it was just sitting there outside. And sometimes we made took a cardboard box and made a casket for it, and once, that'd scare the kids sometimes. Because they come up thinking it was a person sitting there, and they talk to it, and it just sat there and not say anything, not move.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to know people that would get into it. Like they would I'm interested. Are you saying you had nerve damage so your muscles weren't working right and you've been taking lion's mane mushroom and now your nerves are regrowing?
Where do you get that? I could use that.
Probably any place that sells herbal supplements. Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to brag. Are you ready? I have been staying between 158 and 160 pounds for like 2 months now. And
yeah, but you're only 4'1".
This time Shut up, Jenny. This time last year, I weighed 178. So the vegan diet is definitely, bruh, grow your own. Could. Uh, anyway, so the vegan diet is actually doing really good for my body. So, except my cholesterol is still high. I mean, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I eat like just healthy shit. I have like one bowl of cereal maybe 3 times a week, and that's it. Everything else is just veggies. So I don't know what veggies are high in cholesterol that I'm eating, but I don't know what to do. If they cut back cholesterol on my diet, I'm gonna be down to like a cucumber. Like I don't know.
Do you eat avocados?
Yeah, every day.
There you go.
That might be it.
Yeah, but they're also good protein and healthy fat.
Though again, what type of cholesterol too? That's also.
Well, my bad cholesterol is high, not my good. My good's regular. Damaged 3 nerves in my brachial plexus.
Ooh,
Come on, show up. There
that's
we
kind
go.
of nasty.
In 1994, I've had no movements in those muscles since then. Oh, wow, dude. The fuck did you do that?
Brachial plexus, for those who don't know, is the nerve bundle in your armpit that you damage if you walk on crutches wrong.
Nope,
Yeah.
avocado wouldn't do it. Avocado has no cholesterol, so.
Math teacher's husband
I
hid
thought
the
they
bushes with
did.
a chainsaw without the chain, and after the trick-or-treaters got their treat, revved up the chainsaw and came out and in a Jason mask.
I
And
had
those kids pissing their pants at that. Go ahead.
we had a high school football coach, a very well liked high school football coach, who lived across the street from us. He wasn't from my high school, but the next one down. And every Halloween, the team would come and toilet paper the absolute fuck out of him. I watched them. I think they had one of those big 24 packs or something like that. And every team member grabs 1 or 2 rolls and just completely empties them in all the trees, over the house, lengthwise, shortwise, just everywhere. And the coach just let it go because he knows that they're, his team, and it's not malicious. But then the next day, this is what was surprising. So the next day, a bunch of the team comes back and cleans up. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They toilet papered the coach's house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you should totally razz your coach. I think that's a great idea. That just keeps like the camaraderie going, in my opinion. I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, the way they're doing that's fine. The way they did it.
Yeah, I know. They actually make all kinds of stuff cholesterol free now. Like they have the liquid eggs that are cholesterol free. I don't know how the fuck they did that, but
I'm actually surprised I don't have high cholesterol the way I eat.
mine's always been like right at the top of like my bad cholesterol's for a long time has been right there at the high end to too high. It's always been there. And it doesn't matter what I eat or what I do, or it just doesn't matter. But the problem is that high cholesterol is hard on your kidneys. So that's where the problem lies with me. I'm gonna have to look up the vegetables that have the highest protein and lowest cholesterol and see what I have left.
Are you on a statin?
I am on high blood pressure medicine, but I am not on any cholesterol medicine.
Oh,
I was on it and it gave me heart palpitations, so they had to take me off of it. Like bad.
Do you remember which one you were on?
Yeah, I was on rosuvastatin. Lowest dose. Yep.
Ask him about atorvastatin.
I could try a different one. I should actually. I'm surprised my doctor hasn't done that. I don't know why she hasn't tried another one with me. Maybe she's just afraid that it'll give me more palpitations. I don't know. Been between 4 kilograms and 110 kilograms all of my life, says Robert. Robert, how tall are you? And how much is 110 kilograms in English? Is that like 150 pounds?
2.2.
Oh, per. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're about 230. Mommy, hello, hello. We were just talking about food and shit and Halloween and I don't know, whatever. This is yeah, I guess so. They put it back in theaters. It's 30 years old. 401 took his mom to see it. Um, yeah, there it is. Sure enough. Here loves Halloween stuff. And
They're coming out with a sequel to it. That's him, and Disney will tend to release the original before the sequel hits.
Well, they already done their sequel.
Oh, they already have.
Yeah.
Oh,
It wasn't very good though.
well, I hate to tell you 401, but I've seen a picture of you and you're not you might be chubby or something, buddy, but you are not some fat person. I've been fatter than you, trust me.
They're probably re-releasing Hocus Pocus in theaters because of Halloween.
Billy from Hocus Pocus? That's what you're going to be for Halloween? The kid?
well, now if that was true, why don't they release Bambi on every deer hunting season?
Because they're not trying to discourage people from hunting deer. They're trying to. It's different. It's not the same thing.
well, the remake, this apparently live action remake, won't have of Bambi's mom being killed.
Cool.
Which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the movie.
I hope they use an AR-15 on her and just like blow her head clean off. Kids would love that.
Those kids' last name was Butcherson. Oh my god. Guessing their family used to be butchers. Oh. Hi, Jody. How are you?
Jody.
We're doing well up here. We're just hanging out. Jenny, where's your avatar?
No, fucking no. I'll see if I can do anything about that.
Because I don't think I can do any avatar stuff for you on here.
No,
I am not. I do not have Evo and all that like Maya.
Yep, Molly turned her toy inside out again.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Zombie.
Yeah, the corpse that was reanimated. Okay. Billy Butcherson, the corpse that got reanimated. That's funny. The 401 knew what was going on. I didn't know. I haven't seen that movie. I don't even know. I think it was the late 90s or early 2000s last time I watched that movie. There was some kid around somewhere and they wanted to watch it.
We'll be doing the movie nights on demand, so if you want to watch it, get somebody else together and hit me up for a time.
Caesar said, thinking of weight, when I was in the hospital, I found I was allergic to something when my liver shut down. I got down to 53 kilograms or 116 pounds. Not a good look when you're 6'4". So you understand when I say I was down to 103 pounds and walked into the hospital at 103 pounds and totally gray from being 145, 145, I think. You know what I mean about I look dead.
Yeah.
Because I was gray and everything, lips, there was no color on my body anywhere.
Yeah.
Mark, if you were, good Lord, 53 kilograms and 6'4", they'd use you for filling in the gap between sidewalks.
Yeah.
After,
there's a crack in the wall. Get in it.
After my mom died, I dropped down to below 100 pounds, and I was 5'9". So.
That is crazy, yeah. No, I get it. I get it, Mark. That's what happened to me. I mean, I was 113 pounds. You could literally see all the bones in my body. You could just grab my leg and feel my bones. You could see all the bones in my knee. My ribs were sticking out. And that was trying to eat for 2 months while I was sick. And the more infected my kidney got, the more the bigger the sack became, the less room I had for my stomach. And really, I mean, I saved my own life with Boost nutritional drinks. I bought the high protein ones,
Oh, those are good.
and I would drink one of those in like 6 or 8 hours. It's all I could stomach. If, like, for instance, I remember one night Chandra made hamburgers, and or maybe she bought them. I don't remember. She handed me a hamburger. That's all I remember. And I took like 2 bites, and I felt like I was gonna puke. I was so full.
Wow.
2 bites. That's all I could get in me at a time. So unfortunately, it was my left kidney. So instead of squishing over on my liver, it was squishing my stomach.
Ooh.
So yeah, it took up so much room. I didn't have room to eat. I felt like I was going to puke all the time every time I ate. So I
Wow.
sipped on that stuff, and the doctor said, "You know that saved your life." And I said, "Oh yeah, I know. I knew I wasn't eating enough. You can't have 2 bites of food 2 times a day, and that's enough. You know, like I'm not stupid."
Yeah.
So I mean, I literally could go do a Boost commercial because that's what saved my life.
You
The
could
last
get
2 weeks,
you can get
that's all I did was
supplemental
Boost.
caloric and mineral intakes at Walgreens and places like that. Ensure is a real good brand. I used on my
Yeah, that's
dad
a good
Yeah,
one too. Yeah.
before he
Boost
before
is
he
the same
died.
as Ensure. Yeah, Boost is the same as Ensure. It's the same either way.
Yeah, I'll
It pretty
sometimes
much has
get
the same vitamins and everything.
yeah, I'll sometimes get those just because my system burns so quickly. I'll sometimes get those just to keep up with things, so I don't feel like I'm.
That, my friend John, let me tell you why that is. That's because even the free range, or cage free, I'm sorry, they call them cage free, they're still in a building. They're still getting the same food. The only difference is they're walking in their own shit. That's the difference. So yeah, so animals that are out eating bugs and all that stuff they're supposed to do, and be, for natural living, they're getting all that stuff, but these animals that are in the houses, and trust me, I used to make feed for them. I know what the chicken farms feed the chickens. Now, I'm not saying it's not a healthy diet. It is literally regulated by the USDA and the FDA or whatever, whoever it is, USDA, I think. So we have a certain diet we have to feed them, and there are certain things we cannot feed them, or you'll get your ass shut down. But the problem is they're not giving them enough there's just not enough vitamins, I think. So we're getting shit eggs from the yeah, no, and you're right, farm fresh eggs are way better for you. Way
Yeah.
better. I do not know any place around here to buy eggs directly, or I would do it. Like things like honey and eggs and stuff, I try to, if I see a guy on the side of the road selling, like they sell like pistachios and pecans and all kinds of shit out here on the side of the road, and I always try to buy that versus going into the store and, you know,
Nice.
buying the same thing. So yeah, there's farmers markets all around here. There's a farmers market that pretty much goes year round. I think it's only shut down for like two months out of the year, maybe in the very
Now,
coldest months. But the
now
rest of the time of the year, it's up.
Is that pecans or pecans?
Depends. It's pecans, pecans, uh, pecans, pecans.
Well,
Depends
which
on where
is
you're
it?
from.
Only one's correct. Come on.
I don't know. Ask Webster. I'm not a dictionary. I don't know.
Pecans. Pecans.
My
there you go.
mom always called them pecans, so I'm going to say that's probably right because she was really big on pronouncing things the proper way, like via the dictionary. So I would say it's probably pecans. And I think that's the way she used to say it. I mean, it's been 34 years. I don't quite remember, but.
Yeah, pecans are what you use when you're driving.
Trying to kill me, NA? God, dude, I'd be dead in a few months if you fed me all meat.
Let's see. The Oxford pronunciation says pecan. So
I knew it had to be. I mean, if my mom said it a certain way, she would just, all the time she was on her asses about using improper grammar. And
People,
she would
it's
say
actually
things like, just because I brought you to West Virginia and I'm raising you in West Virginia doesn't mean you have to sound like you're from West Virginia.
it's a regional thing. Pronunciation of a lot of words is regional and familial.
I've always said pecan, but
I always called them yuck. I didn't like those.
See, that's exactly the point, though, John. They get all those natural bugs and shit, and we can try to throw vitamins at them all day. That doesn't mean that they're all processing it properly. We're giving them fucking fake shit and
Yeah,
assuming they're gonna have the same vitamins as they did from an insect, and free range diet. It just doesn't happen.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
throw
we ate eggs all the time growing up. We had chickens. That was our main staple growing up. That was something we always had. We always had eggs, and none of us had high cholesterol.
yeah. I throw fly larvae and sunflower seeds into my chicken's treat bowl. That's a
Yeah,
standard treat for them.
yeah, absolutely. You can throw
And
the
of course,
shells, punch the shells back up, and throw them in, and they'll get
yeah,
more
and
calcium. The shells will be
yeah,
stronger too.
yeah. And when I go feeding them and everything, I let them out to roam around the yard a little bit, supervised, of course. And they go pick at plants and eat bugs and whatever they can find. So
You don't love your chickens very much, though, do you? You don't let them in the house and sleep with you at night and stuff.
no, they poop too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Make
Factory
excuses for your hatred.
Yes, Sumami, I agree with this. Factory farm animals, there are, well, not always sick. There are a lot of them that are, and it's kind of like how they process the nuts, tree nuts. They process them, they pull them all off with big machines. They don't know if they're ripe or not. It's kind of like that. They're not going to check every fucking nut, and they're not going to check every animal. I worked at an egg farm though, so we were really like, you baby the chickens at an egg farm because they're your money makers. And a matter of fact, at egg farms, most of them, if you harm a chicken, you will lose your fucking job. Because by the time those chickens are they're just pullets. When they're full grown pullets, before they even put them in layers, they are $25 a piece. And most of these companies have millions of chickens. So if you have somebody harming one and harming you don't know how many, they fire them. You kick a chicken, you hurt a chicken, you get fired. That's the way it is. If you handle it improperly, you get fired. They teach them how to handle them. They have to handle them a certain way. They have to pack them a certain way. There's only so many per cage. There's only so many per cage when they're transporting them. There's all kinds of things you have to do. You have to make sure they get proper ventilation in the truck. Like, there's lots of rules.
So what you're saying is that you're not allowed to have sex with a chicken.
I would not suggest doing that. No, you would definitely lose your job doing that.
Well, there are people
if you
who
got
do
caught.
that, you know.
If you get caught.
If you get caught, that's a trick to it.
Well, that's why I always did it with the boss, because he never got upset.
Get better. I hear you get better raises that way too.
Uh-huh.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, chicken fucker. The topics we get onto. But now, when you're talking about the places, the farms that process animals and kill animals for us to eat, yes, it is horrible. It is fucking horrible. They don't give a shit. They're walking around in pens that are full of a whole bunch of fucking cows, shit everywhere. They're covered in shit. Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, we really need to do better than that.
I'm kind of glad I don't eat meat, honestly. It's kind of gross to think about what they do to them. I was reading about chickens recently. They're fed so they grow so quickly that their legs aren't developed enough to support their weight, so they're in pain all the time. I don't know about that. I have no idea. I will have to take your word for it. Kick a chicken, lose your job. Kick Beck, lose your leg. That's right. That's right. No, actually, funny thing is, Robert, I can't hurt people. I can't. Like, my brother threw me around that room a couple months ago. I couldn't fucking hurt him. He sat right there and tried to get me to hit him to start a fight. And he was being a dick and trapping me in a corner and throwing me against the wall. I couldn't hit him. I just can't do it.
Yeah,
Here on this earth to help people, not hurt them.
I'm very much like how my uncle was on that. It was like you can push me and push me and push me into a corner, but when I decide to get out of that corner, you better watch it.
You should just leave this up all stream. Elon Musk fucks squirrels. Yeah, that dickhead. That dickhead that threw me around the room knowing I had a bad kidney and that my kidney was failing at the time and I was not filtering right. He decided to throw me around the room and acts like I need to go beg him for forgiveness. He's
Okay.
actually been at my house at least 5 or 6 times, and I've been here, and he has not spoken a word to me. But he tries to text me. I blocked him months ago. And he texts my best friend, Mama Deb, and says, "Well, my online friends had forgiven one of my online friends forgave me." I don't give a fuck, because what he did was, he made me remember how much he abused me as a child by doing that, and he kicked my PTSD in. And now I'm done with him forever. I'm done. Yeah, I know. And he thinks it's okay, but he knows it's not okay. You know how I know? So we have a sister named Wendy. We were growing up, she was second mom. And Susan, who passed away back in 2008, she was third mom. So after Susan passed away, it was always Wendy. Everybody, when there's a problem in the family, everybody calls Wendy. She is the official mother of the family. She helped raise me. She's 9 years older than me, so she's kind of like a mom to me. So pretty much the same way with Richard, 6 years difference. But she raised him well as well, wiped his ass, fed him, everything. And he has not called her. He has not contacted her about it. She has tried. She has texted him. She has tried to call him. She has left him voicemails. She sent him an email. So now him trying to say it's my fault and that I did that and he's right. I know he knows he's lying. Because if he was right, he would have contacted Wendy and said, "Oh, Beck and I had a spat. I tried to fix stuff. I did the right thing." But see, he doesn't have any of that. And the other brother who he talks to all the time, he knows about it too. Because he happened to message me. "How's everything going?" I said, "You want to know?" So I told him the truth. I won't talk to that brother either. Isn't that strange? But no, he didn't do anything wrong. Didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I said? You know what? Here was what did it. He was mouthing off. So he did a mental fuck on me. Let's just put it that way. He was doing a mental fucking with my head thing. Because I did something, his arm was underneath of a piece of it was a big bar island we had built with cabinets. And he like sat there with the cabinet on his arm looking at me and said, "Could you not lean on that? It's on my arm." Like I didn't know. He was literally mind fucking me. So I said, "You know what? I'm gonna walk off. I'm gonna go work somewhere else in the house." And he's following me around, running his mouth and trying to get in my face and shit. And I said, "Yeah, you're so godly right now." And then he threw me around the living room. So you tell me what did it. Was it him? Or was it because I offended his God? If that's the definition of being godly, I don't want it. But it's okay because I still have 2 brothers who are good people and love me to death. And I have a sister who is a good person and who loves me to death. And I'm okay with it. And there's nothing I could ever do to Wendy to ever make her mad because she's done shit to me in the past and I let it go. Like my sister being on her deathbed for 12 hours and I got a phone call as she died. And I was 6 hours away from her. I could have been there. So I went away to the army when my mom died. My sister sold the farm. I came back. I was homeless. So I can do whatever I want to Wendy. And she's going to fucking put up with me and love me no matter what because I still love her despite the shit she has done to me. So I don't fucking care about him. He can fuck off. He can go run off and talk about God. And in the meantime, here's the fun thing. He has commitments to my landlord. And he has commitments to another group of guys. He said, "I will do all this work for you." And when they say to him, "Hey, can we get this work done?" Specific, not the guys, but my female landlord who is 60 years old and is raising her grandsons and has bought 2 houses and works 4 jobs So when she dies in a few years or whenever she goes, these boys who have no parents have their own houses. They can live in one, they can rent one out, they don't even have to fucking work. And he tells her, because she says, I need this done, Richard. You promised me months ago. I'm going to quit you. I'm not going to work for you anymore. So I said, well, Joni, tell him to give the fucking phone back and the truck back that he uses for free every month. But he won't do that. He won't give her money for the truck or anything because he's so godly. He makes a shit ton of money. He blows money on tools. He has so many tools. I went to move his tools one time for him, and they weren't even all of them, and it took a truck and a half load. I have a full-size pickup. And he just buys whatever he wants because he can live off of $250 a month because he lives for free. Yeah, he fucking uses people. And he told me a long time ago, no, I'm an asshole. I'm a piece of shit. And I didn't listen to him. You know what? He was right. He is a piece of shit. That's right. You're damn straight, John. And this community, when I was losing my mind for months, do you think that my brother that lived right up the road was checking on me? He did like once, twice, maybe in 8 months. And then right when I'm coming off that medication and my head is starting to finally get clear, I was 3 days off this medication, and that's what he did to me. Because I needed an attitude adjustment.
Do you think he's changed suddenly?
Hey,
do you think he changed suddenly because you finally had your top work?
No. I think that he still has PTSD because he never did anything to work on it. And all of a sudden he found God, his PTSD was gone. No, he had PTSD, he has PTSD still. And he was fucking stressed out and he wasn't sleeping right. And he took it out on me. That's what happened. It has nothing to do with the previous argument. I did everything to not fight him. He tried to grab me. I said, nah, bro. And I walked away from him. And then he trapped me in a fucking corner in the foyer. I had 2 walls behind me and him. And don't get me wrong. I shoved him on his ass twice. One time with my foot because he threw me. And I thought, well, there's a blank spot in the floor. I'm going to put my back to it so he can't hit my kidney. So I put myself on the floor and I threw my legs up in the air to protect my back. And the first time he shoved me twice, I pushed him and he fell in a sink and scratched his arm up. And then I pushed him again and he fell on a big pile of rock board and he scratched his fucking other arm up. And then he said I scratched him with my fingernails. And I said, you know what? I'm sorry, man. The next time you attack me, I'll make sure to trim my fingernails first. Yeah, he's a dickhead. But yeah, you know what got me through all of that? My cat, Mama Deb and Kyle, and all of you guys. That was it. That's what got me through it. That's what kept me from committing suicide. Because every day I wanted to. Because I was absolutely nuts on that shit.
Could we not talk about suicide right now?
Back at you, John. I love you guys too. I love all you guys. I would do anything for you guys.
Yes, let's get on to something a little bit less heavy than suicide. Let's talk about dismembered kids.
I've been watching The Walking Dead, so I'm pretty much in sync for Halloween right now. I'm on like season 7 of the first series. So
yeah, how come you never see any zombie children?
Oh, you do.
How the fuck are you, man?
You do. The first episode of The Walking Dead has a zombie kid.
Q, you want to come up and talk, buddy? I can shoot you a link.
I've never watched that show.
I'd love to know how you're doing.
And the original Dawn of the Dead, I believe, had zombie kids, if I remember correctly. There was a little bit more of a teenager, but still kid teenager. Or in Return of the Living Dead 2. Yeah, there's been zombie kids.
Had a vampire kid in the Interview with the Vampire. Yeah, no, in The Walking Dead, there are actually a few children that die that they have to put them out before they turn into a walker. So, and there's random children throughout. You just don't see them as much, but they have children and stuff in there. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm the youngest of 7. I have 6 siblings. One's dead. 2 are assholes. So, I mean, I guess I'm kind of lucky to have 3 good ones. Yeah.
I'll trade you one of mine for one of yours.
You can only have one of the bad ones.
No,
You wouldn't give up a good one.
I'm trying to get a good one.
Yeah, no, you can't have the good ones. Sorry.
Nope, the feedback is definitely
You were
not on
friends with my
end.
sister Wendy. She would adopt you into the family. She loves up pretty much everybody.
Hmm.
She's actually one of the few really good Christians that I know in this entire world, who actually like helps people, feeds people, volunteers to work with drug strung out teens and shit. Everywhere she lives, she always gets on the community council whatever board, and she always volunteers and does a bunch of work for sick kids and all kinds of shit. So she's actually the definition of a Christian. And she doesn't hate people because they're gay or trans. She doesn't necessarily understand it, but she doesn't care. She wants people to be happy. So and by the way, she used to be a hardcore Christian, and now she says, like, Richard will talk to her about stuff about the Bible and about it being wrong, and she's like, yeah, yep, I've wondered about that part before myself. So she's not like indoctrinated like that. Like she sees the bullshit that people try to say and stuff. So no, she doesn't push religion on anybody, so mommy. She quit doing that like 10, 15 years ago. I broke her of that. She used to try to push it on me all the time. And I just said, look, it's not working. You can stop now. We can stop talking about God. So, yeah, no, she doesn't do that anymore. I'd say before 15 years ago, she probably did. But in the last 10, 15 years, her eyes have opened up a lot. But no, she doesn't do that. She just literally wants to help people. She's just a good person. She's a lot like my mom. Oh, Shaun of the Dead should have totally been a series. Yes, I agree. Fucking hilarious. Great British humor in it.
I didn't really get into that one.
Happy situations. I thought it was good. Now the Hot Fuzz one that they did with the same guys, I didn't really like. It was okay, but Shaun of the Dead was pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't really get into those.
Okay. Glad you're doing well there, buddy. It's good to see you. For real.
I did like Zombieland. You ever seen Zombieland?
Nope.
No. What was that one? World War Z or something like that?
Nope. I haven't seen it.
I've seen that one. Yeah. It diverged from the book quite a lot.
So,
oh, okay. I don't know.
Book is a different medium.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the one that has the guy that is like half zombified because he was doing some kind of experiment to try. They were trying to cure it, and they were using him, and he was like half a zombie, and he could control them. Okay, it's something Z Nation, maybe. Maybe it's Z Nation. That was a pretty good one. There was a guy out in an outpost, like out in the middle of nowhere, and he was the only one that had survived out there, and he was trying to like still keep communications going and help people. And can't remember it. Really scrawny, not even attractive looking actor, but he's a great actor. Younger guy. I think it was Z Nation.
Maybe. That's one I don't think I've really watched, so it's a possibility. That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead was like Cheers with zombies.
The closest thing that thing sounds like is maybe one of the Resident Evils, but That's not quite right.
Meet you at the Winchester for a pint. There you go. I actually like Shaun of the Dead. That was pretty. That should be a Halloween movie right there, just because it's funny. Funniest spoof ever was The Exorcist. Really? I never saw The Exorcist spoof, I don't think. What was it called? Was it
I
called Exorcising or
hope it wasn't one of those funny movie type things. I hated those.
Well, that's what he's saying. It was a spoof on it. I liked some of those. Some of them are like, oh god, you guys. Some things are funny though. It's definitely a very corny.
My favorite my favorite zombie movie was Return of the Living Dead. Just so enough, that's where the whole thing of zombies wanting brains came from.
That's a wild tale today, sorry.
Didn't Roger Corman invent zombies?
Man, Al, I think I remember that because didn't he just puke all like? Didn't the kid just puke excessively for like 30 minutes with the split pea soup? I think I did watch it a long time ago.
Can you two hear me?
I can
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
can hear you. What did you say, Jenny? I'm sorry.
Never mind, I don't remember.
I was paying attention to chat. I'm sorry. I try to involve them a lot, because I hate. You ever go to a live stream and like nobody looks at the chat and you're trying to talk to them? God, it's irritating. I'm like, why do you have a chat?
Well, let's see here.
Just
We have scary.
disable the chat.
You have Scary Movie 2 and Repossessed. Any of either of those be the Exorcist spoof?
I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, Al. Yeah, okay. I do remember. I remember that specific scene with the like the kid puked for 20. I don't even know. It was like 5 minutes or something of puking. It was ridiculous and gross.
That might have been Scary Movie 2. The Heckling. That's another one.
Heckling? Is that that's the Howling. I bet you that's a spoof at the Howling.
Exorcist parody, The Heckling. But yeah, I think you're probably talking about Scary Movie 2 from digging up here.
Barbara? Yeah, I might be. I don't know. I don't know, just like scary thriller, horror movies. They just don't do anything for me, really. I mean, if The Walking Dead didn't have such a good script about the goings-ons and keeping up with people and stuff, I wouldn't be interested in it. But it has such a good base storyline.
And to think that in my childhood, movies like The Creature from the Black Lagoon and Wolfman and Dracula scared the hell out of me.
You talking about the actual Exorcist movie and you thought it was a spoof?
I'm looking forward to. I haven't gotten to watching them yet, but I got Dead End, Reeker, and the second Reeker. They're all basically the same premise of movie.
Hey, Al
For a
Trucker,
land, come to the light.
Al Trucker, I had a patient on the psych unit I worked on did that. She was an ancient woman who was also a nun, and she had to have sex with Jesus, so she did that.
Okay. Yeah. I recently watched Poltergeist. I was like, don't go into the light. That's dangerous. Go into the light. Don't go into the light. Go into the light. Make up your mind.
Should I go into the light or not? Carol Ann, go into the light, Carol Ann. The Exorcist movie was based on real life. Yes, nerdy. It was absolutely based on real life. That has absolutely happened.
Maybe.
Well, real life, quote unquote. Maybe an exorcist that was done, and they obviously exaggerated the actual events
Uh-huh.
heavily.
Never really got into the Resident Evil films, but again, it's kind of a horror kind of thing, you know. I watched the first one and never went back and watched another one.
Hmm.
So, Jasper, what's up, buddy? How are you? I don't know. I'm just not. I'd rather watch movies that are make your brain work, you know,
Yeah, no, I think there's
or
a lot
something that
of
tells a really good story or something.
I think
Yeah.
some of these have some interesting psychological aspects to them.
Does that happen like that? Person turquoise waving. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to watch horror films and people are going to haunted houses and I'm over here like, whatever. I don't want to do it.
Um, since we're talking about exorcisms and all that kind of stuff, folks, if you've heard about conversion therapy when it comes to gay and trans people, that their parents on a kid will basically do a intervention on them and give them to their church evil people, and they try to do an exorcism on this kid as part of their conversion therapy, and that's the thing that they want to make legal, or national policy. Them Republicans.
Hold on.
Holding.
Okay. Tossed one of Molly's toys and it landed in a bad spot where we couldn't get it.
Oh, I see, said the blind man.
There's this wonderful dog video on the internet right now going around. It's of a border collie who are just wonderful dogs, and it carries its ball up to the top of some steps that appear to be like concrete, and runs down the steps to the bottom, and waits for the ball to bounce down, and then catches it, and then brings it back up to the top step and puts it down again. And repeats it over and over and over and over. It's really cute. It's really pretty cute.
Got an email from a place going, "Oh, we really think you'd be great for this position," right? Through Indeed. And yes, they are. They are smart as fuck. So I had applied for this job previously and they denied me. And so they have sent me twice, "Hey, you should apply for this position for us." So I sent them a message back and saying, the inconsistency with your company is pretty horrible because you guys have already turned me down for that same position 2 times. And now here's number 3 of you trying to get me to apply for it again. So maybe you should keep track of who you don't want to hire.
Yeah, really.
And it was front desk for a veterinarian, and I really wanted the job because I like animals, and they're way better than people as patients. Mr. Desk, how are you, friend? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Mark Caesar said, "Jenny, I saw that clip too and had to wonder whether the dog was
Autistic.
Is that supposed to be say autistic?
Autistic.
Because it was so
Mhm.
single-minded.
Yeah, that must be autistic.
I don't think
Well,
there's an auristic. Is there?
But dogs can be autistic. That's true.
Some dogs even have mental health problems.
Yes, they do.
Dogs can also be soup.
So could a cat. I wouldn't eat one though.
No,
Heard they're
cat.
too
No,
tough. Dog and
no
cat,
way.
I wouldn't either one.
Cats just don't have enough meat on them. What's the point? It's like eating a little bunny rabbit. Oh, snacks.
My brother Keel told me a story once. He's asshole number one. Asshole number one in the family told me a story once that he was overseas and because he was in the Navy and that he ate some food and then asked for the recipe and they told him it was horse meat.
Hey, Mark
They don't
brings
do
it up,
that
so
anymore,
this is a
asshole.
good place to have ask this question. Do people think that calling a three-legged dog tripod is an insult and a terrible thing to say? Well, this person said it actually makes the dog feel terrible. But
I don't think the dog would care.
yeah, I know. Is tripod okay for a dog to you guys? I think it is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Feel like it doesn't hurt the dog's feelings. The dog doesn't know what you're saying. I don't think it matters. It might insult the owner. Canine ableism. Oh, Sue Bobby, you crack me up. Um, yeah. So, anyways, I don't know what I was gonna say now. Our old dog was a rescue, and she was majorly affected by anxiety. Yes. See, that's the thing. Is like my cat has anxiety over the food and water dish because he was adopted by my when he was a little kitten. He was adopted by my son's ex-girlfriend, girlfriend at the time, and she adopted him, and it was her ninth cat. And yeah, my cat didn't eat a lot. So when I got him, he was really skinny and not very muscly at all. And I fed him good food, and now he is 16 to 18 pounds of muscle. He's big, but he is always obsessed over the food water dish. And if there's a hole in the center of the food, he will come meow, and I stir it, and I go, oh, there you go, I stirred it for you. And he's like, okay, I'll go eat now. You touched my food, thank you. He just, I don't know, he's really paranoid about it. And he's really like the litter box Nazi too. Like he'll come yell at me if the litter box needs, you didn't scoop the litter box, dude. And he stands in a different position for each thing next to my chair. Like, so I know what he means when he meows. Yeah. Like if it's for the litter box, he stands all the way back here. If it's for treats, he stands right in front of the treat cabinet. And if it's for food and water, he stands over here to the right of the treat cabinet.
Well,
And
see,
when I get up, he'll walk in there.
We capitalized on that behavior with my family's first dog, an Irish setter. And we would take her treats. She had 3 or 4 different types of treats she'd get. We'd put each one of them in a different place in the kitchen. And so when she wanted a treat, she would get you to come out to the kitchen, and then she would go to the door of the cabinet of the treat that she wanted. And it would vary. Some days she had a taste for doggy donuts. Other days she had a taste for milk bones. It was kind of
exactly
cute.
Good.
Yeah, same kind of thing as my cat. Like my cat is seriously, I have really intelligent cats. And the funny thing is that their daddy was a fucking alley cat, like Tomcat from outside. He had lived outside his whole life. You could tell by looking at him. He had really long. He was an orange tabby with really long fur. He had the smashed Tomcat nose and the wide fucking head, and he was like, I don't know. He was way bigger than my cat. I'm gonna say he was around 20 to 23 pounds, somewhere in there. Big fucking cat, just a mutt cat. And my cats came out healthy, and well, he's got minor birth defects. His teeth didn't grow in right, but otherwise they're pretty healthy cats, and they're super fucking smart. Like I have taught them how to wait. Like my cats want treats, they want them now. I tell them to wait. No, I'm doing something. You need to wait. I'm not your boss. I mean, you're not my boss. So they will stand there and quietly wait. And I make them wait. I do it randomly, even if I don't need to make them wait, just so they don't forget it, But yeah, I know they know how to wait. They know how to. I mean, just random things. What's that?
And so your cats are real concerned about your health too, I imagine.
I really think they are.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I don't
that
think
makes
they're
sense.
cognitive enough to think of it.
That makes sense. They're just trying to think of which recipes they're going to use when you die and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? My male cat would probably lay on top of me and cry for days. And if the female cat tried to do something, he would probably be like, "No, motherfucker, it's my dad. Don't you touch me." Like he is
Yeah.
really a sweetheart. He loves me. He's
You you
protective over me. He's
you
strange.
underestimate the will of an animal that needs to eat.
Yeah.
Well, if they're starving, yeah. But I also that wouldn't happen here because I have a feeder, and it's almost always full.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, my
even if I did
cat
die, they'd be fine for like a week and a half or something.
my cat Josh, I believe, was obviously had some tabby in him, and he had blue eyes and had he obviously had some Siamese in him. But it was oddly enough, he was the only one with blue eyes out of the litter, and and he might have had some Mancoon in him because he got to be 20 pounds of muscle. He was a big cat, but had the he was gray and had sort of the tabby cat markings. But he was about 20 pounds, and with the blue Siamese eyes.
How long was he? Do you know?
How long?
Yeah, because usually once they get over 20 pounds, they get longer.
Yeah, he was fairly long. He was able to reach up and grab my mom's butt.
My
I,
cat can. He stands on his hind legs and he can reach my counter higher than an average counter by about an inch ish.
so how
And
did
he puts his paws up on the top of my counter and like, hey, can I have whatever you have?
Yeah, he would have been able to do that. But yeah, my mom when was washing dishes, like she figured she must have been wiggling her butt or something because the cat would always jump up and grab her butt and bite it when she
and
was
how does
washing
your mom
dishes.
feel about that?
she she just found it funny.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Felt past tense. But yeah, that cat died when he was 9 years old. Unfortunately, he had I think it was kidney failure or something, some organ failure. Unfortunately, so
I was watching this very interesting Wisconsin public television show every Wednesday at the university for the last 100 some years. They've done a Wednesday night at the lab and present whatever science kind of stuff that they're doing. And the other night it was they did a bunch of stuff on traditional or typical mutations that bred specialty breeding dogs have, and there are things like their allele distribution and other interesting genetic things, and nobody cares about that, but I thought it was cool. So never mind.
well, unfortunately, the issue with that cat was like really sudden, and we take her in for we took him in for an emergency thing. They filled him up with a bunch of fluids just to kind of flush his system, and while we were trying to get the system flushed, he died like the next day.
Mm.
Ah, it sucks. Oh yeah, but you got to know there's an issue first.
Nuh-uh.
Make you happy, so. It's time, folks. I need coffee.
But he was a good cat. We also had pet rats, and one of them we named Houdini kept getting out of the enclosure. Or he'd run over to the food, take a piece of food, and then run underneath the chair and hide a whole pile of food underneath the chair. And one time, when my cat was just kind of sitting there, with his paws close together, chilling out, and the ran over his paws and he just suddenly jumped up like, "What? You're not supposed to be out." He didn't attack the rat. You knew that rat was a pet. It was not supposed to be attacking it.
Did you sleep with your rat at night?
No.
Hmm. So you really didn't care about the rat's emotional state.
The rat had a nice enclosure.
That's
Nice
not its
petting.
emotional state. It loved you, and you didn't love it.
You got to come out and play.
Me and one of my exes had got pet rats together. They were actually really cool. When we got them when they were babies, they were black and white, like, cow colored, random. And we named them Chip and Dale. And because her son wanted to. We were trying to find like two things that were together in cartoons, and he liked Chip and Dale. But they were basically our rats. Like he played with them, but when they were little, I used to wear pocket button-up shirts all the time, and I would just put a paper towel in there and just stick the rat in there and walk around.
Yep.
And he would just stay in there. Yeah, he'd just hang out. He'd pop his head out and sniff around and get back down in there and curl up. He was warm. He liked it. I used to walk around the house like that all the time. Carrie, welcome back.
Unfortunately, most of our rats ended up developing cancerous tumors and died that way. They're just very susceptible to it.
Yeah. Well, when her and I split because I realized she was a druggie who was like shoving her kids Tylenol with codeine suppositories up her ass. I left her. I left
Hey.
I mean, literally, like at a party. She was in the bathroom for a while, and I walked in because I really had to piss, and I'm fucking her. I can walk in, right? And so I walk in, and she's literally shoving it, and I was like, "What are you doing?" She goes, "You want one? They're left over from when Gabe was sick. They get you really high." And I was like, and that same party that night, she snorted some pills. Guess what? That relationship didn't last too long. Yeah.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Yep, I'm out. Yep, I'm out. What are you gonna do next? Stick the pill up your ass too, you fucking psycho bitch?
Honey, you better leave the party soon, or you'll be getting home too late on the walk.
Yeah, right. No doubt, because you're walking home, bitch. No, it was at her apartment. We didn't live together, thank God. At an old apartment, once I saw a sign by the mailboxes that someone left up. They found someone's rat and brought it in, knowing it was someone's pet and friendly. They were looking for the. That's very nice. Yeah. I mean, because a pet rat's going to come up to you and be like, dude, you got some food? And a regular rat's going to be like, stay the fuck away from me. I want your food.
Yeah, it's also a different breed of rat, too.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. I mean, and they're grown in a pet shop mostly, and they get handled, and they're around people all the time. And yeah, no, rats are pretty cool. They're pretty cool, like little pets, if you don't want anything
most
bigger.
pet rats are either just your basic white albino rats with pink eyes, or they're the hooded rat. What's called the hooded rat, that has a front that's mostly brown, and then the back end is white.
Yeah. The third common one is the black and white ones. Yep. You're right. I actually worked at a pet shop. My ex wanted to get a part-time job there because she loved animals. And I would go and hang out because she worked evenings and I didn't have anything to do. And she was like, come hang out at the shop. It's slow. So I would go over there and like play with the African gray parrots. They had one of those. He would sit there and talk to you.
Oh, those are great. I wanted one.
And so, like, I guess she'd been working there about a week and a half, and she was only doing like 3 nights a week. And I came in to see her, and I saw a guy stealing, and I went up to the owner, and these people had bought a shop and named it after their daughter. It was Tanya's Pet Emporium or something like that. And I went up to Tanya and I said, hey, that guy over there just stole some shit. It's in his left-hand pocket in his sweatshirt. And she was like, damn, I hate thieves. And I said, yeah, they piss me off. And she goes, I'll take care of it. So then I saw another guy a few days later, like 4 days later, I was there. And she goes, do you want a job as plainclothes security? She said, you're here anyway. And I said, fuck yeah, I do. So I would walk around and play with animals and just watch everybody. But their theft in like not even a month. It was like 2 weeks. It dropped by like 75%.
Yeah, good.
It was like a minimum wage job, but you got to eat all the milk bones you could eat.
I get to play with all the animals. They had an 18-foot python that was cool as fuck, and her name was Gertrude or something like that. Gretchen or something, one of those names. And they had a huge enclosure for her. And because I worked there, I'd leave when they left and locked up the shop, so I'd stay. And this one night, Tanya goes, "Oh, I'm feeding Gretchen. I think it was Gretchen. I'm feeding Gretchen, so I'm going to stay late." And I said, "Well, can I watch?" And she was like, "Yeah." So she went out to her truck and she had just gone and picked up a chicken. And she pulled the chicken out in a little basket and threw it in Gertrude's cage. And we sat there and watched her just slowly cozy up to the chicken and slowly wrap herself around the chicken. The chicken was like, "What the fuck?" And then you heard her, "Arr!" And that was it. And then it swallowed it whole. It was really cool to watch. It was a whole full-sized fucking Rhode Island Red. And she swallowed it.
And if you have vandalist children in your neighborhood, you can always scare them with the python and let them know that they're the right size for lunch and things like that.
I didn't say it had 18 feet. I said it was 18 foot long. It was a cool story that someone had bought this fucking snake and they gave it a big enclosure trying to be like really good to it. Well, it grew because that's what you do. And then it was so big they were like, "I can't feed this thing like anything above a live rat in my apartment." So they surrendered it they gave it to the pet store. And the pet store gave them gift certificates or something like that so they could buy all their other pet food there. So just to be nice, because they were nice enough to say, "I can't handle this creature." They also had like the African gray where an old lady died. They had a blue macaw that an old lady had. She died and the family brought it to the pet store. So they were kind of like a pet store / rescue. But they were really picky, like the parrots and big snakes and iguanas. They had to go to certain people. Like they would interview them before they allowed them to buy them, because you're not going to take our beautiful animals that we have taken care of and go abuse them and not give them a good home.
Yeah.
And the really expensive ones, like the parrots and stuff, they would go and make sure they had an enclosure and they had the space they needed and blah blah blah. And they were like, "No, we're not selling it to you until we know." So
That's a good policy. I like that policy.
it is a good policy because it wasn't about the business for them. Like Tanya loves animals, like loves them. Everything from a monitor lizard down up to, I don't care. She loves anything. Anything's a pet to her. And actually, she got bit by a damn it, wasn't a monitor lizard. It was one of the other ones that have the locking jaw. And it bit down on her finger and we couldn't get it off. And we were like, I was like, "I'll fucking pry it." She's like, "No, don't hurt it." And I'm like, she's going, she's crying. She's like, "Don't hurt it, don't hurt it." And I'm like, "What do you want me to do?" So we went and got some bitter apple that you spray stuff with for like dogs and stuff not to chew on. And she's like, "Go grab the bitter apple." So I went and grabbed some off the shelf and she just put a little tiny squirt in its mouth and let go. But
That's a good.
then she was like, "Oh, you poor baby, I scared you." And I was like, "Fuck."
You should have had a Komodo dragon there.
She did not have. I don't think they might have had some babies, but nothing big. They did have a huge box turtle he was like, I don't know, old as fuck, like 70 years old or something, and he just walked around the reptile. They had a room just for reptiles, and they just let him walk around the room. He had his own little cubby he would go in, and his own little water dish and shit, and he moved slow as a turtle. He would just
Carrie Ann, if that teacher did that today, they would be fired because that's gay to have butterflies around. Ask them, Moms for Liberty. They banned a book. Let's see, what was it? I'm pretty sure it was Florida. Might have been Texas, but they banned a book this last week or so that had nothing content wise about race, about gender, about sex, about gayness, just absolutely nothing that was objectionable. But they banned it because the author's last name was gay.
Oh, I heard about this one. Yeah, but it was a library, and and they was put on a watch list because the guy's name is gay, Gay. The guy's last name, and so they put it on the watch list. Like, oh, well, we're not taking it down because it does, there's no issue, but it stayed on the watch list, and we can't hear you. You're muted.
Damn it, I was. I would love to find some writers that have the last name Gay and have them write religious stuff, and then say, no, you can't read that. It's bad. That person's last name is Gay. Stupid. People are
No,
ignorant.
good. Gotta get a writer named Gaylord Garrison.
I dated a woman named Gay for a while.
Really?
Hi, Carrie Ann.
My third
Kiss,
grade
kiss.
teacher had a care for butterflies and cocoons and then released them. I've always, that is fucking cool. That is
fun.
Cool.
I've done that
I
before.
I think every science class under like 8th grade should do that.
Yeah, I've done that before. That is fun.
We actually had a teacher in elementary school that did that. In fact, she inspired me so much that when I was in 11th grade and we were taking biology, I let all the fruit flies go.
It wasn't in school though. I did it on my own.
Carrie's got a Marvin Gaye song stuck in her head now.
Yeah, picked up some caterpillars, put them in a jar, put some air holes in it. Gave them the food that they're eating, turn into cocoons. Watch them develop into butterflies, and then let them go.
Nice. That's awesome. We didn't really have a lot of like pets in school and stuff. We couldn't afford that shit. I lived in a really fucking poor area. I think we ever had Mom set up an aquarium when she was a teacher in her classroom. And she had it sectioned off and had different things in there. And I remember that because one of the kids actually had gotten a hold of a master key to the school, and they didn't like her because she was a real teacher and wanted them to do their work. And they broke into her classroom, with the key one day, took her wallet out. Now, mind you, these are rich kids whose parents pay like $10,000 a year for them to go to this fucking school, right? They stole $50 out of my poor ass mother's wallet. That was her gas money for like the month, and they stole it so she could get to work. And after they stole it, they threw her wallet in the aquarium because she wanted them to do their work, and she was flunking them because they weren't doing it. And they were rich kids, and their parents were on the school board, and they were like, I'm going to get away with this. And they did, and they fired my mother.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Because she failed 2 kids whose parents were on the school board.
Yeah, that's total bullshit.
Their final exam was multiple choice, and they one of them wrote the entire alphabet down the pages and handed it in, expected an A. My dad's on the school board. You have to pass me. My mom said, no, I don't. And it was right before she got her tenure, and they fucking fired her. Yep. But I can tell you one thing. I know she wasn't a bad teacher, and this is why. When she died, I stopped counting at 350 students that came to her funeral.
Wow.
There was about 350 students and about 150 adults. Yeah, it was huge.
American school system.
People everywhere. I've never seen a funeral that big in my entire fucking life, and I probably never will again. It was huge. We were in this huge Catholic church. It was the biggest one in the area. And my sister Susan had set up the service and stuff. And they knew that priest, because that priest had just married her and my brother-in-law at the time, the year before. Like 10 months before. So he knew us, so he was like, I'll do the service for free. I don't care. I got you. Right. Because he loved my mom. Everybody loved my mom. So this
I
is a
didn't. I didn't
huge,
love her. I didn't love
this is a
I didn't
huge,
love her. I didn't love
huge.
her
You
at
would
all.
have. You would have. This is a huge Catholic church, and there was no room for people to fit. There was people standing on the sides. The pews were cramped. The whole entire church was full,
It's
and
similar to my mom's funeral.
the priest was literally like, "I haven't seen anything this big in this church in like 20 years." Like he was flabbergasted at the amount of people that showed up.
That's similar to my mom's funeral. There must have been at least 100 people at that thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there would have only been like 100, if not even that, if she had never been a teacher. Like people didn't, she just didn't know a lot of people, you know. But everybody fucking loved her. And actually, so when I was playing basketball at that high school before I transferred out when my mom got fired, they needed an assistant. I mean, a junior varsity coach. Because that teacher had left the school and they didn't have anybody to do it. And my mom said, "I'll do it with my kid." So I was her assistant coach for the junior varsity. When the varsity, which I was on, we were done playing, I would practice with the junior varsity and help them and all that shit. So the junior varsity team, she only coached them for like 2 months, and they got another teacher in, and another teacher took over. No, 2.5 years later, she dies, and that junior varsity team bought wheat and carved her a thing for her casket out of wheat by hand. I mean, they wove it by hand. Those like 13, 14 girls, and brought it to her funeral and laid it on her casket. Like my mom was awesome. I fucking know it. Anyways, yeah, some people are just horrible to teachers. We
Oh, come on,
dissected
there's
lung,
no way
liver,
there could
shark
have been that many
eyes,
people.
and pig fetus. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, this has got to be no, this is a different place. Okay, I'm trying to find the capacity of the cathedral church that we had the service at my mom's for my mom, and I'm trying to and I was just looking at one, so it's 3,000 people. It's a different place though. I was like, oh god, like that could not be
No,
the
that's
amount.
huge.
Because
That's evangelical, man. That ain't a
yeah.
fucking Catholic church.
Oh yeah, wait, here it is. Looks like 200 people was the capacity, so it was about 200 people there. Except we had the whole place just about filled.
Okay. Uh, um, my mom was an amazing lady. The day before the funeral, I was walking. There was the big city we lived outside of. We lived like 45 minutes, hour away from it. They had they haven't had Italian Heritage Festival every September, the first 3 days of September that fall on the weekend or something like that. It's the first weekend of September. Well, that September, it happened to fall on the 1st and 2nd. My mom died on the 1st, and on the 3rd we had her funeral. So I was with my sister Susan, and her husband's family has a booth there, and everybody always works it. Like the whole family comes and takes turns working the booth for the 2.5 days, whatever it is. And I was in the booth, and she was like, I was just like, I didn't know what to do. I was just wandering around getting in people's way, and they were all walking around me and being really nice to me and feeding me. And so my sister gave me like, she goes, "Here, grab a beer, go take a walk." She goes, "Here, take a 6-pack." So she threw a 5-pack under my arm, opened one of them, handed it to me, and said, "Go take a walk. See you in a little bit." And I said, "Okay." So it was really weird because I bumped into my buddy who I hadn't seen in 7 fucking years, and he committed suicide shortly after that. So very happy I got to see him. And then I went around the corner, and there was they had shut down the alleys, and they put tables and chairs everywhere in all the alleys so everybody could eat. And I walked down one of the alleys, and there was a whole bunch of people sitting around. Well, I didn't know it was most of the students my mom had. There was like the big chunk that I knew, I had gone to school with, I had played basketball with, and all that stuff. And so I walked around a corner, and I was down to 4. I was almost done with number 2. And they saw me, and I got like a 50 to 70 person hug. Like they just surrounded me and hugged me. Like it was amazing. It was amazing. Good people, really good people. By my teen years, I had forced my stepdad to stop going deer hunting on vacations in Vermont. Yeah, I'm okay with deer hunting. But I think people should not cut heads off and leave the bodies on the ground. Like, if you're
Yeah.
going to shoot a fucking animal to eat it, fucking eat it. Please. You fucking
Use it.
Republican with your guns, you go shoot animals, you chop the head off, you chop the antlers off, whatever, and then you let. And I know they do this because they did it to one of my mom's pet deer when I was growing up. She had a pet deer that used to come down at 7:30, 8:15, depending on the time of year, through the field every fucking day. She'd walk on the back porch, she'd snort at him, he'd snort at her. They'd stare at each other for a minute, he'd walk on. That they did that every day.
Yeah, use as much
And
of it as you
somebody
can.
somebody shot him, and we knew it was him because he had a very specific scar down his left hindquarter from looked like from a barbed wire fence, and it was kind of like down and it curved a little bit from where he caught his ass on it. So we found his body, and his head was cut off. He was a 14-point buck, and someone killed him and cut his head off and left the body there rotting. And my mom was
That's because they wanted a trophy.
Yeah, they just wanted the horn.
Right. They were not trying to feed their families. My brothers used to go hunting because we needed to eat, and we would have starved because we had like small pigs. So we were out of the meat, end of the year kind of thing, and they would go out the end of the winter and they go deer hunting, and they would go with their buddies, and everybody would try to get one deer per house, and they would, if they got extra, they'd hand them out to people. The old lady down the street that didn't have any money and had 2 grandkids, like, they would do that shit. But no, none of us ever cut something off of an animal and left the meat to die and rot. Ever. It's horrible. If you want to shoot those fuckers and you're feeding your family, do it. If you're going for trophies, fuck you.
Yeah. I agree.
Carrie Ann earlier said, I've been trying to get a word in here, but hey. She was mentioning that they had in their, I assume it was science class and not like homeroom, where they were dissecting lungs and hearts and all that kind of stuff. Reminded me of a thing in our biology class when we were dissecting that stuff. We were doing frogs. Everybody had a frog. And the whole lesson plan was for like a week. And one of the days, I think on Tuesday, if I recall, and I don't know who did this. I had nothing to do with it. It sounds like my style, but I didn't do it. Got into the biology class overnight and cut all the legs off of all the frogs. Frog legs.
You're
People eat frog legs.
Again. Yeah. You're muted again.
While they were laid out on the trays to be dissected because you guys left them there overnight, so we went and cut all the legs off.
I thought it was a pretty funny gag myself.
I mean, it's pretty funny. I think I just would have done a couple, though. That seems like a hell of a gag.
Well, maybe they ate them.
Mark, have a good day, buddy.
It was a great prank.
I imagine those frogs would have been in formaldehyde, so I imagine eating them wouldn't be too good.
Oh God.
Tsunami, I'm with you. I hate the idea of most hunting, but I live in, for example, this part of the state of Minnesota where the biggest problem we have with the ecosystem is that we have tens of thousands of deer in our county. And they are serious trouble. We have more car deer accidents than probably anywhere on the planet. Well, and hunting helps to reduce those numbers because there's no natural predators for them.
Yeah, it's not even just that. If you just left them unchecked, they starve and actually suffer a lot more than if you were to hunt them and cull the numbers.
I don't want to see them shooting bear or really anything else. But deer, they really need to go. They're just gigantic rodents.
I mean, they really are. Here's the thing. It's not like we're short on them. They are everywhere. There are deer in you show me a fucking state that doesn't have deer in it. Show me one. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. They have no trouble reproducing. They're not in short supply. The only thing that changes about deer from region to region is what color they are. In the winter in West Virginia, when the deer's fur gets a little like fluffier, longer, or whatever for the winter, they look almost black. They look like black deer or dark brown deer. and then you go somewhere else. You can go to Ohio in the middle of the summer, and they're light tan there. Like there's deer, fucking every state I've lived in. I've seen deer. I have not seen any here, but I'm in the high desert. And I'm not in the mountains. I know they have them up in the mountains.
In Wisconsin, we have a small herd of white deer. All the mommies, all the daddies, all the babies, they're all white. Not albino because they have.
That's what I was going to ask. Just white.
Yep. Nope. They're brown eyes, so they are not albinos. They're just white deer.
Okay. Interesting.
And
those will live the longest.
There's an absolute law against hunting them. Don't you dare shoot them. It's pretty cool.
Huh. That's interesting. The amount that we consume now is so high. There's no way people could raise their own livestock at home. Should I eat about 4 chickens a week? Oh my God, if I buy a whole chicken, I eat off of it for 4 or 5 days. Literally. I couldn't even eat 4 a week. There's no way in hell.
Tsunami's a growing girl.
I know the farmers my meat comes from. There you go. Oh yeah, Carrie said she buys all local. I have 2 bags of frozen venison burgers left from last year off my land. Well, if you ever want to ship anything to anybody, no, I'm just kidding. I can't eat it. God damn it, though. I'm testing formaldehyde exposure. Also, we just bought a quarter cow. Well, we were talking about dissecting animals, and then we got into people killing them for sport and not doing the right thing and all of that. Maddie, I don't know if I sent you a link or not, but if you want in, let me know. If we have to go back to hunting and gathering, I'm waiting for you all to kill the bull, and then I'm going to sneak off with the tenderloin fillet. Well, I don't have to worry about that. You guys slaughter all you want. I'm stuck with veggies, so I never have to go deer hunting to survive.
So you're a plant butcher.
I have to be. I mean, if I want to live past, like, I don't know, 60. I mean, I'm not going to make it past 70 anyways, but I would like to make it past 60.
Over 60 is not particularly thrilling, trust me.
Yeah, but isn't it nice to know that you don't know when you're going to die? I have a time frame now. It's not fun.
I'm kind of becoming pretty sure when I'm going to die.
Funny story, when I used to funny fact, when I used to go out hunting with my brothers, I would take a camera and I would take pictures, and they would get mad at me because I wasn't shooting any deer. And I'd say, but they're so pretty. So I've always been an animal lover. And they always shot enough for us to eat it. I was not needed out there. I just went because I should. You know what I mean? I've never killed a wild animal. I just don't want to.
Looking at a story here on the deer with their hairy eye.
Deer with a hairy eye?
Yeah, it had dermoids in the eye. Basically, the had like a sort of like a cyst or something that grew in the eye, and that grew hair. So it had hair coming out of its eyeball, and it had another problem, which caused it to behave erratically, and they ended up putting it down, and it had a EHD, episodic hemorrhagic disease. Hemorrhagic disease.
Yeah, now they're just all dying of chronic wasting disease, which is similar to the brain disorder that cows could get, mad cow disease, and similar to the Jacob Creutzfeldt disorder that people can get, where your brain slowly rots. Everything else about you is just fine, but your brain slowly rots, and so you start lose, control of everything, and eventually you just die because you don't have enough brain left to live.
Oh.
So you have to check every deer you shoot around here for chronic wasting, and it lives in the nervous system, and so they have to they do samples when you go and turn in your deer tags and stuff like that. They don't force you to do the samples, but most hunters are happy to do it.
Yeah,
it's their sport.
Edible or not.
Yeah.
Carrie, you and Sue Mommy talking about fish just reminded me, or made me think. I never planned for a pond on my tiny farm for fish. I'll have to do that. House farm. Community thing. I never
Carrie
thought
Ann,
about that.
I
Good
assumed
idea.
you were in the United States. Where are you? Can you say? Don't say if you can't, but you know.
In Michigan. Why I'm not gay. That's disgusting.
I've always liked the word splooged.
Yeah, yeah. We used to use splooged as a kid. Or schmegma. That was another one. Ooh, that's schmegma. Ooh, that's toe schmegma. Oh, it's eye schmegma. Oh.
It's never mind. I'm not going to say that. That's okay. It's
Uh,
foreskin smegma.
I gotta get going for a little bit. Gotta take care of the chickens and walk the dog. So
Now, Mage, I appreciate you,
be
buddy.
back.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Carrie Ann, I had bees take up residence in my huge tree stump this summer. Real live honeybees, cool. That's neat. Are you going to try and harvest any of the honey?
Leave them alone. Or better yet, go buy a hive. Buy a hive and put on a bee suit and find a queen and stick it in the hive, and you will have honey.
If
Forever
it's a
and ever.
hive, it already has a queen.
No. The box. The hive box. They call it a hive.
Yeah, and that's what you call them when they live in a stump too.
Right. I'm saying take their queen and put it in a hive box, and so you can collect the honey easier.
I don't know. I'd kind of like to do it the bear way. You know, you just go up and stick your hand in there and start ripping shit out.
Yeah, I mean you can, but it's then you got to clean the honey and filter it and stuff.
Well,
It's easier
that
to
depends.
just have it in a
That
box.
depends on whether or not you survive the stinging.
Well, I said put on a suit. I didn't say stick your hand in there like a bear, Jenny.
I did. Don't try to ruin my fun. I'm just gonna let that day run.
See nothing wrong with that. I see nothing wrong with that. Maybe you can like stick a hose in there up against one of the hives and just put it down in a little bucket and cover it, and then the honey can just drip out. I don't know. Could work. If the world goes to hell, I will have honey. Yeah, I really should get a couple beehives. I really should. My parents did. My parents had bees when I was growing up. They were very thrifty, handy people. They also made chairs for a while and sold them, handmade. Dad did all the.
Wait a minute.
Work on the
How do bees make
and
chairs?
no, my parents. My parents that also
Oh,
had bees also
oh,
made chairs.
oh!
They
I'm
were
sorry.
also in archery competitions before I was born, but then they had too many kids and that all stopped. Oh, and Dad became a drunk. That had something to do with it too. Tree is broken 10 foot up. It's a big. Oh, that is a big stump. No, that's great. That's a perfect. That's a perfect beehive. Haha, Jenny. They thought it was funny. Anyways, yeah, I have actually with the fish thing. My original thought was to do the do the hydroponic thing, and I was gonna put aquariums in the greenhouse so they could feed the plants and stuff. Homegrown fish shit. Yummy. But yeah. That's if this ever happens. I don't know. I know they better get on it soon because eventually I'm going to be too sick to fucking do it. So they better get on it. I just hope that's closer to 20 years. Jenny, If my kidney function would have dropped this much lower, I would have got disability like that. But I'd also be on dialysis because that's when you get disability from kidneys. You have to be on dialysis before they do anything. It doesn't matter that your kidneys are failing and you going to work every day is probably making it worse and being hard on them. That's okay. But once you're on dialysis, they'll give it to you.
Well, every area is different how they grant disability. I mean, they all got a hard ass going on for the most part. But whether or not they let you through on your first thing without appeals and stuff like that really depends on the area. My experience is talking with people out in rural areas. They're much more likely to get it first time, whereas the city people think everybody's malingering and lying and looking for drugs.
So, the thing that kills me is just because I am technically healthy enough to work right now, no one gives a fuck that I'm not going to get any golden years. No one cares that this is the only time I will have to go have fun and go do things and explore the world and shit that I haven't got to do because I've worked my whole entire life. No, I'm going to have to work up right before I'm dead. And then when they give me the disability, I'm going to be too sick to do a fucking thing. You know, the disability that I've paid into because I have worked since I was fucking 13 years old and paid into taxes since I've been 18. So, it's really shitty. It's really shitty. And I'm too young to retire. And Social Security won't give me anything until I'm already on disability. So, even though right now, with as much as I've worked, if they let me retire right now, I would be making $1,400 a month out of all the work I've done in my life. That's how much I've contributed in already. I'm 52 fucking years old.
We are getting another 3.92% increase in Social Security payments next January.
Good. Maybe by the time I need it, it'll be high enough for everybody that I can like actually do stuff. Because I can live off of $1,400 a month right now. Like that's no problem, and I could buy cigarettes. Like I could afford everything I use right now with $1,400 a month. But $1,700 a month? Shit, I'd feel fucking rich. Yeah, I filed for disability and I even put in an addendum for the new diagnosis for the kidney thing, and that's why my newest round is delayed because they had to restart it. So, oh yeah, I filed for being crazy back in January. Which I am crazy. I didn't know it was the medicine at the time. And actually, I honestly had forgot about my disability claim. And when I was clear-headed, I had forgotten about it. And then they sent me a thing saying, "Oh, it's in the third stage of your re-application again." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I should put my kidney shit in there." I went down the same day I found out that I had kidney disease, and I went down there and fucking put that in with. Yeah, see what I mean, Carrie? What'd your dad die of? I don't think you ever told me that. I don't remember that. My dad was dead 3 years before his got approved. Yeah.
Did it get approved retrospectively and the estate get the money?
I hope so. Hope the family at least got it to pay for funeral expenses and shit. Right now, today I'm starting to feel a little better. I got a flu shot for the first time since I was 19. No, 18. Last time I had a flu shot. I was in the Army. They made me get it. Lung cancer. Yeah. So you guys did get the money, though. That's good. Okay. Well, that's something. That's something. Sucks it wasn't there to help him when he needed it.
I met this guy once who was being referred as he was on like his third appeal for disability. He was in an industrial accident and lost one of his arms and a number of fingers on the other hand. and he could no longer do the job he was doing, but they didn't consider him disabled, so he didn't get it.
He was missing one arm and he was down to 2 or 3 fingers, and they didn't consider him disabled.
Yeah,
What state is that? Your state?
that was in Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee district.
Fuck that, man. Give the guy a break already.
Well, they're the same people who turned me down when I had 2 bad hips, bad shoulder, 2 bad knees, heart condition, a lung condition, and they didn't think I was disabled either. Never mind that I couldn't stand for more than about 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Let's not count that. Yeah.
Well, you got in here pretty well.
Yeah, because it only takes 2 minutes to get from here to the vehicle, asshole.
You mean on that walker? I can't go anywhere without.
Yeah. Well, it's all about the government saving money and not taking care of us, even though we pay into it. So they can all have their fat salaries every year for barely working.
There's so many people, though. When I worked on the psych unit I worked on, one of the doctors there, Dr. J. Bohr, Bhore. Oh, God, what a reprehensible piece of shit he was.
Oh, no. Really?
Psychiatrist, and his specialty was getting people disability for emotional reasons. And I swear, every one of his patients that he had stay there for 90 days were absolutely malingering. That they had no issues whatsoever. They couldn't even fake being depressed well. It was just outrageous.
I don't have any trouble faking that. I've been depressed my whole life.
Well, me too.
VA disability came in the mail a day after he died, and I returned the check. My sister won't speak to me partially because I wouldn't cash it. How much was the check? And why is she so? Is it a money thing or is it a dad thing?
Well, the money he gets at the payment date is not in advance. It's in retrospect money. So I would have kept it. I would have kept it and cashed it for the estate.
I would have cashed it too and shared it. Anytime the government sends me money, I'll fucking take it. I don't give a shit.
Oh, I heard this nurse talking on TikTok the other day. She worked at a hospital. She didn't say where or what hospital, but they apparently were hit by some of these cyber terrorists who tried to get a ransom from you because they've locked up your computer system. And they locked up the entire hospital's computer system, all the patient records, all the employee records, everything. And they wanted more money than the hospital had, and so the hospital had to live without computers for a while. And so they were only estimating what people would make in their paychecks because people had to get paid. And when it was all over, the hospital let the employees know that we are reassessing, now that the computers are working, we are reassessing your payment received, and if it's over what would have normally been expected, we're going to ask you to refund that. And they suddenly started demanding that she pay $8,200. It's like, what? It's your,
so let me
your
say,
personnel that makes this mistake, and I have to pay for it. Fuck you.
Let me say to begin with, I have been overpaid before by companies, and what I always do is if I know that paycheck is too much, I put it in a savings account because they always ask for it back. They figure it out eventually, and they want it back. If it was $8,000, I would have had $8,000 sitting in my fucking checking account, my savings account, waiting for them to take it. Because I know they're going to come get it. Period. I won't spend it.
Well, as someone who has actually done payroll, it's it would be pretty hard to make that gross of an error for somebody. If you have, you can count their hours, and it's simple multiplication. It's find out what they make, and simple looking up on a tax chart how much to take out for taxes. If their personnel can't do that, it's supposed to be the employee's fault and problem. No, you got to hire more competent people.
Gary, I'm going to say this. The government does not take care of our vets the way we should. And if I got that money and I didn't want to keep it and I wanted to help somebody, I would have donated it to charity before I ever gave it back to the government. Fuck that. Fuck them. They don't give a shit about us. They don't really care about our vets. They do the bare minimum they have to take care of them. My brother was a vet. He fought during Desert Shield, Desert Storm. He busted his back because he was a paratrooper. And then he was a ranger, and he did some crazy jobs. He would like parachute behind enemy lines and put a laser dot on a building that needs to be blown up so they know which one it is. He had to fight for 7 or 8 years to get them to look at his fucking back and do anything about it. It's good now. They did surgery on it. He's fine. They corrected the fucking issues with his discs. Or whatever. Well, I think it was his discs. He had a couple of crushed discs. But the point is that the military doesn't give a fuck about us. Don't ever send the government money back that they give you because your father was a vet. Don't ever do that. Fuck them.
Just
It is a matter of respect.
Just sit
like he earned that.
Stick your cat on him.
He earned that shit.
Mm.
And I got the other asshole I just got rid of as a brother, and he's so fucking stupid. He's a vet. He could get free health care, and he's got a mouthful of rotten teeth because he won't go get his goddamn driver's license back and Social Security card. Because he wants to live off the grid. But he whines about his face hurting him all the time. Oh, yeah, and he's got money to spend on tools, but he doesn't fucking go to the dentist. I don't feel bad for him. He's a fucking dumbass. That's my point, Jura. I didn't want to sound shitty to Carrie because I know she has a really good heart and it was in the right place at the moment. And they should cover everything medically. That's the deal. You fight for our country, you get free health care, and you get benefits for the rest of your life. Because a lot of people fucking die and don't come back. And most of them that do come back with such bad PTSD, they can't have a good life anyways. So yeah, they should cover everything medically. And yes, they should take care of his dependents or his children. Even if you're adults, it doesn't matter. How much was he gone when you were a kid? How much dad time did you lose because he was in the military? All that is factored in. That's why you should have kept that money. Anyways, I'm not trying to be mean to you or anything. I'm just saying. You gotta think of it differently with the government. You can't think I'm being nice. You need to take what they give you. No, I agree, Jer. That's not going back to the vets. That's going in somebody's fucking pocket. Do you guys know that every year that the Pentagon, their budget is missing like $1 billion fucking dollars, and it just keeps happening every year, and nobody knows where the billion dollars goes every year? What's up with that?
Show me the proof. That's
What?
one of those urban myths, honey buddy.
No. They were talking about it on the House of Representatives floor. They were talking about the fact
you
that
think any of
money
these idiots
every year.
You think any of these idiots in Congress actually know what they're talking about? They're all a bunch of conspiracy freaks from
this
QAnon
wasn't one of the dumb
stuff.
Republican conspiracy people.
There was an issue with Cass in the first Gulf War. Okay, and that's where the rumors started, and it has just persisted, and it's just not freaking true. The government accounting office is not going to put up with that crap. They're not partisan. They'll nail anybody. If there's a missing $1 billion,
why the hell are they still fucking talking? It started back from the Gulf War.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And
why are they trying to do an investigation on it if it's not? Well, never mind.
They're not trying to do an investigation. They're just using it for something to get people pissed off like you are right now.
Well,
It's
I hate the
just one.
government. I don't trust them anyways. It doesn't matter to me whether the Pentagon stole money or not. I'm still not going to trust them. She would want it. That's exactly why she gave it back to her. She said she wanted the other vets needed it more, because she's a sweetheart. They had to cover over 500,000 medical bills. I believe I made the right decision. My dad would have agreed. Okay, well, if you think that's what he wanted, then that is the right decision. Absolutely. You should always, he worked for it. If that's what he would have wanted it, honor. Absolutely. I would have sent it back to you then. I wouldn't have liked it, but I would have sent it back. Well, not for my dad. He was a piece of shit. But if he was a good father, I would have done that for him. I wonder what happens to like dad's money when he died. Where did all that money go?
Pay bills and
Oh,
to his
wow. Never
next of kin.
mind. I know where his vet money went. Never mind. He ran to Mexico because he owed the IRS so much money. They took it. That's why we never saw a dime when he died. They took it all because he owed so much money. How's that for a kick in the balls? I just thought about. Never got a dime from that bastard. Never got anything from a will. Never got any life insurance money. We never got a fucking thing from him. Fucking piece of shit. When my mom died, she was actually switching insurance companies because she found another company where instead of getting shit, the first policy was like 20,000 or something, like 24,000, and then she had another policy that she had just bought, but it was an overlap and she died in the overlap, so we got paid out from both companies. So each one of us got well, the second check, my nana's bank had flopped and they were not insured and lost all of my nana's fucking retirement money. Gone. It was gone. Because she didn't know anything about being insured or anything. She didn't understand any of that shit back then. So we all got a $14,000 check and a $5,900 some odd dollar check. And we all sent the $5,900 check to Nana, and we all kept the 14. So she could have money because she paid for the funeral and everything. So we paid her back for the funeral and the casket, all that shit. But yeah, the other money I didn't want to cash. My sister had to make me. She took me to the bank and made me cash the check and start a bank account. I didn't want the money. I was like, no, I killed her. It's blood money. I'm not taking it. But yeah, a year after she died, I was forced to cash that check. My sister actually had to send away for it to get another check because I had thrown the other check out. We lost the check. Can you resend it? They were like, sure. That explains why you haven't cashed it in all this time. So yeah, she forced me to cash it and forced me to go buy a car. And yep. He was a CB? Oh, shit. Respect, man. April 64 to October 69. 2 Purple Hearts and a Presidential Unit Award for their service in the tsunami in Alaska. 2 Purple Hearts. That's impressive. I was actually in an engineering unit that did just that. And when I got kicked out of the Army, 2 weeks after I got kicked out for marijuana, they got deployed to Afghanistan or Iran or where. I think it was Afghanistan. And they had to go build barracks for the troops. And like, latrine buildings and all that shit. I almost went. I wanted to go, honestly. Oh no, wait a minute, I told that story wrong. No, I moved. And 2 weeks after I moved, they left. And then the other company I ended up with was a Hawk Missile System tech supply company. And I got kicked out and they left 2 months later and went over to supply all the Hawk missile support. So I missed going twice in a couple of years. I was pretty pissed off. I wanted to go. I hated the world, hated myself. I wanted to go like shoot people. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Aw, somebody's gonna find that in like 1,000 years and be like, "It's from the U.S. This was from the war." It'd be worth a shit ton of money. I don't know. So what say you, Jenny? Are you a Halloween person? Like, do you like all the scary movies and shit?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I don't celebrate Halloween. I don't celebrate any holidays. Just a waste of time.
Yeah, I don't. It's just some way for people to sell products. You know what? The only reason I love Halloween, this is the absolute truth, I'm going to tell you. Because the day after, 2 days after, when they have all that candy on sale, I go down there and buy all the dark chocolate that none of the kids wanted. It's on dirt cheap sale. And I always do it after Christmas, Easter, and Thanksgiving. Halloween. I always go in and buy the discounted dark chocolate that nobody wanted to buy. Because it's like 50%, 75% off. I'm like, fuck yeah, day 2 or 3. You guys haven't sold this shit and you marked it down to 75 and it's dark because I love dark chocolate. Yes, dark chocolate goodness. Bonjour, it's better than that. I had 2 sergeants over me. One was a first sergeant, one was just a sergeant, and several specialists who were all over top of me because I was a brand new E1, who all committed SA on me while I was in the military. And I didn't say anything because I thought back then it was my fault. Yep, it's your fault. You got drunk and you're female. So after being raped and having a child and then getting married to John, he said to me, that's R, right? That's not your fault. And I said, no, I mean, he's like, no, that is R. And I'm like, no, no, no. And he's like, God damn it, listen to me. That motherfucker R'd you. That's the way it is. That was not you. That was not your fault. Doesn't matter if you were drunk or not. And I went, oh my God, you know what? You're right. That fucker. I had a baby because I was R'd. Yay. Man, the hell I went through for that child. I have spent so much money on him despite not being around when he was growing up, and he won't even fucking call and ask if I'm okay when I'm suicidal. He doesn't even know I stopped taking that medicine, that I'm fine now. He has no idea. He has not checked on me in like 6 months. Love kids. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I know people that I like to go after Christmas and buy the discounted, after Halloween and buy the discounted purple lights that are like black lights. And I'll string them around actually I should do that this year. I haven't done that. I haven't decorated this house with my Halloween lights yet. I do it. So what I do is I string them all the way around the ceiling and I turn it on when I'm watching movies because I have very light sensitive eyes and I like it darker when I'm watching a movie. But I can't have it dark because then the screen hurts my eyes. So, so I normally wrap them all the way around the ceiling of whatever, bedroom, living room, whatever. And I don't know what happened to my last batch. I must have left them when I moved.
Did anybody watch the eclipse yesterday?
It was not in totality. I was overall all the way on the edge where it really didn't do shit. It didn't cover most of it. So,
well, it did become a full annular ring.
Yeah,
just not in your location. I didn't get to see it. We were cloudy.
well, you can come in if you want, buddy. You have a link. Mage ditched us. He'll be back later. Oh, really? Opened your dad's eyes up, huh? Good. Good. Yeah, the only thing that I really noticed here was we had the way the sun was on everything was really strange. And the sun was like it looked like first thing in the morning instead of 10:37 in the middle of the day or in the
Yeah,
morning.
even in the
like 5
areas
a.m.
where it's not total, it will darken somewhat, and
Yeah.
all the shadows from the trees take on this secondary image and shape of the sun being partially covered, so you don't have a round spot of shadow. You have a crescent shape, something of shadow.
Yeah, and so
It's
it
pretty
causes
cool.
those little crescent. Yeah, I've never seen those, honestly. I didn't even know that that existed. But Aaron Ross said something about it on the Sunday show that they were all over his driveway. So he ran out and took a picture because he thought it was so cool. During the stream, he's like, "All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. You don't get that? You don't get these crescents from the sun on your driveway very often. I had to go take a picture." Yes, Jer. Molly
Here
took
the
me
best.
for a walk. Yeah. Go ahead. The best peep. Are you? I can't hear you, Jenny. I think your mic just failed on you. I heard a little, and now I hear nothing.
Ooh,
Oh, hi. Okay, there you are. Anyways, what were you saying?
nothing.
Quit doing that. We will talk over each other sometimes. We spend a lot of time talking during a week normally, so it's gonna happen. That was number 6 of 11, and Dad used the air hoses and his dad uses the air hose with my dad. Yeah, he was an all for one, one for all guy his whole life. Yeah. Yeah, no, we didn't get air hoses. We got other shit. We didn't get air hoses. We got metal spatulas and wooden spoons and Dad's 70s belt that had the holes all over it, the big fucking holes that they used to put in the belts back in the day because they were so cool. Yeah, it's very painful on your bare ass.
See, my dad
Sometimes
used
the switch.
my dad used a 1950s belt that was about half to maybe 3/8 inches, half inch wide, something like that. It's pretty nasty.
Oh, the
Hi,
skinny
Kyle.
ones? Yeah, no, my dad used the really wide belts that they had in the 70s. They had all those fucking holes everywhere in it. I don't even think he ever wore it. I think he just always had it in his hand to beat us with. I maybe he hid it underneath the couch cushion. I never looked. But he would be on that couch and that belt would just fucking appear out of nowhere. But I don't remember him. I remember him taking it off like one time. But you just
Hi,
always had
Maya.
it in his hand. There's a Maya. The most beautiful woman in the world. No, my dad was a selfish piece of. Well, really, what happened with this is the honest God truth. I grew up thinking my dad was worked on computers and stuff and did like electronics. Told people that my whole life. Oh, my dad worked on Navy ships. He did electronics, fixed radios and shit. Well, he did that on the side. Um, but he was like a Navy SEAL or something. And the reason I know he was because in the 70s, no vet upon retirement took home like 2,000 and some odd dollars a month. You got to be special forces or something to make that kind of money. So then it just pissed me off more when I found out how much money he was making because we were so fucking poor and starving and barely had clothes and shoes and everything. If we didn't have a garden, we would have starved to death. This motherfucker was making like 2,000 some odd dollars a month. And that's what my brother said. Unless he's absolutely off of his rocker. He might be. But my ex-brother
He's not. I have an uncle who finished as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, and he retired in like 69, 70, 71, something like that. He just missed going to Vietnam, and in those days was pulling down like 2,500 a month.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. In order to get that much money, you'd either have to be a high rank, or you'd have to be some kind of specialist. They don't pay the guys that shit. And my dad was not anything special. I think he was the equivalent of a sergeant in the Navy. So he wasn't an officer. But he made that money. He had to be something. And so the theory is in the family that because he was sick and got hurt at work in the Navy and had to stay home for a year and was in bed all the time, but he was never physically hurt. He was depressed, but he walked around the house and did everything just fine. He had no injuries. So we think that he lost most of his platoon or his, whatever they call it in the Navy, crew. I don't know. But we think he lost almost all of them, and he was the guy in charge and felt guilty, and he couldn't get over it. So he just ruined our lives because of it. So yeah, it was fun. Yeah, my dad would drink a pot of coffee every morning, make a 12-cup pot of coffee. And of course, this is when I was a little older and they had those kind of coffee pots, not when I was a little kid. And he would drink that. And when he was done drinking that, by 7 or 8 a.m., because he used to get up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning because he was in such a habit from the military, he could never sleep past 4:30, 5 o'clock. And when he was done drinking that coffee, the 12-pack of Strohs was opened up and he would finish one every single night. And sometimes more than that 12-pack. And he would start drinking before noon. So he was basically worthless. Hi, Kyle.
How's it going, friend?
How are you, brother? What are you doing?
Not shit. Just kind of hanging out. Well, I've been napping, tuning into what y'all been saying. Thought I'd join and say hi.
Cool. Welcome.
We didn't say anything.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
No.
yet. We just started. We've been waiting this whole time for you to come up. So 2 hours, 15 minutes in. Now we can start talking.
I don't know. I'm not going to talk if Kyle's going to ratfink on us. Oh, geez, ratfink. How many know that word?
Oh, for any of you people on Facebook who would like to help my dear friend Kyle, who is trying to start his own photography business, on Facebook, it is KTB, as in Kyle Brewer, KTB Photography. And if you guys would like to share that out or maybe even purchase something, that would be wonderful. I'm not asking anybody here to spend money. So share it out, send it to people who are rich, and share out his Facebook page on Facebook so he can get some more friends and get some purchases. Okay? Thanks.
Cough it out, people. We want to see your give money to Kyle.
First
Come on.
sale gets a free poster.
There, see what a deal.
He
I
did that
haven't
with
made a
my
sale yet, so like that'd be a good incentive.
He my dad
there's
used to do that, Carrie, but only with the boys. I was not allowed to go and learn everything like the boys were. A lot of times I would sneak up behind them and follow them, and Dad would just let me come because he didn't give a fuck. You know, I was just there. So yeah, he didn't really do that with me, and I wanted him to because I mean, look at me. It's not like I was a little girly girl growing up. You know, I was out in the woods. I was helping fix fences. I was helping butcher chickens. All that shit that we all had to do to survive. But he just never took that time with me. I think I was just too much. Number 7 was too much. And honestly, my dad only wanted a couple kids, if any, and my mom wanted a whole fucking like basketball team with backups. I don't blame him totally for being a bad father. I blame him for not trying. He did not try.
No. My father was never around.
Yeah, but you had a backup. That doesn't count. And he's a really great dude. He fucking loves you, man. You're lucky.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you and Kevin are
For
lucky
sure.
to have Greg. Yeah. It is Greg, right?
Yep.
Okay, yes. I remember correctly. Bad with names of people I haven't met. Like,
well,
you know,
looks like you
had a conversation.
you may end up meeting him.
Yeah. So, no, that's awesome, Carrie. I'm glad your dad did that stuff. Yeah, he would do stuff like he'd take the boys out to the garage and they would do woodworking. He showed them how to use a lathe, and I learned by watching other people do it because nobody taught me. Most of the things I have learned in my life, I've learned by watching somebody else do it and going, okay, I know how to apply that now. Because people just don't want to teach me shit. And you know, it really makes me wonder with the whole autism thing. He had trouble communicating with my brother Walt. My brother Walt has pretty decent like he's pretty good he's pretty far into the spectrum. He's functioning. He's high functioning. But he's got pretty severe autism, and it makes me wonder if that's why Dad just never clicked with me and him, because he never really gave a fuck about us. The boys were great, you know. The girls were beautiful and brilliant. And the boys were strong, and you know the boys, Richard and Keel, the asshole 1 and 2, because they always called them the boys. They were always together growing up. I mean, how else could they take turns beating me up if they weren't together? Anyway, so he would do stuff with them, but not with me and Walt. He had conversations with Wendy and Susan that we never even knew happened. Barely talked to us. So could have tried it harder. When did Greg come into you guys' life, Kyle? Your stepdad.
I think I was 7. So 27,
20, yeah,
21 years ago.
Yeah. Cool. That's good. Man, what a patient motherfucker he is,
You're
huh?
so young, Kyle. You're so young. Oh man.
He's 4 years,
I do
4 years
not
younger.
feel it.
He is 4 years younger than my son, but boy, he rolled the dice on some bad genetics.
Yeah.
Jesus.
What,
He
your
got
son?
screwed.
No, me.
Oh.
It is what
Son
it
got
is.
screwed on genetics. His body, he may be 27, 28. What are you 28 yet?
Yeah, 28.
Okay. He may be 28, but his body's like 37 already.
After working a bunch.
Well, it's no fun being born with the birth defect that everybody wants to hate you for.
Well, it's
With the
it sucks having
birth defect, I didn't get my penis, and I had boobs. I had 2 birth defects.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's I don't know. There's so many people that will judge you or judge a disability by its visibility. And you know, I'm 28. I look physically healthy. I mean, besides the gut, but yeah, it's tough. You know, and I have a girlfriend who is physically disabled. She has spina bifida. She walks with forearm crutches. So I don't know. It's a weird dynamic seeing the tall, physically fit-looking guy with a girl who walks with forearm crutches and not realizing that we both struggle with similar things.
Actually, here's a weird thing. Haley never gets depressed. She's had like she's had like a dozen surgeries total. Back, legs, everything. She's got braces, she's got arm crutches, she's only 5 foot nothing. And she is way stronger than Kyle is.
Yeah.
Mentally. But Kyle is so much physically more stronger. So it's funny because it's weird because there's this dynamic where people give her shit because she's disabled. You know, visually they can see she's disabled, but she's a tough one that tells them to fuck off. And where they would make Kyle cry because he's got mental health issues.
Yeah,
but she's
it's
tough,
it's
man.
a perfect
The closest thing she's ever got to depression is after 2 people just died in her family, and she wasn't even really depressed. She got over it really well. and she's
Yeah.
tough, man. She's a fucking beast. She is tough as fuck. And she cusses like a sailor. And she's cool as hell, and she'll tell people to suck her dick. She's hilarious.
I need to get her on here one day.
You really should. I love Haley. She's great.
She's trans.
No, she's not.
No, I didn't
Oh
say she was.
well, yes, you did. You said they suck her.
Oh, I said she
Oh no,
says that.
metaphorically.
I didn't say it's true. I said she says that.
Oh, darn.
Like if Kyle does something to pick on her too much, she'll smack him. She does not care.
Not
Well, I'm
well,
glad
she
you had.
doesn't like physically abuse me. It's not like that. I don't think she could if she
No.
put all her strength into it.
No.
I love
Oh,
her, though.
now the day she
She's
picks up
cute.
her arm crutch and hits you with it, that's when you know you fucked up, buddy.
Oh yeah, no, that's never happened, and I
The
don't think
smacks
it
on the arm that are like, no, that's
would. No, she can use those as a weapon though. Like she's small but mighty.
well, she uses her
Arm crutches are a very good weapon. They are balanced right. They feel right. I used to have some too.
and they're
they're-
attached to
they're
your
great.
forearm, so it's one with your arm. Like it's not
Yeah.
floppy like a chain. It's
It's
attached.
an extension
So
of
it
your
is-
arm.
Yeah, it's an extension of your arm. That's why.
More torque.
I agree, Carrie. We do need people how to teach how to not be wasteful, but that's never going to happen until people are starving to death, and then they're going to not understand what went wrong. That's what's going to happen. And all these city people that don't know how to do anything but walk to the grocery store or order pizza, they're going to be fucked one day. Just saying.
I'm going to get their car.
Not looking
Take a
forward
break,
to those days.
I'd love for an apocalypse to happen so I could just go do whatever the fuck I want.
Is that why we watched The Walking Dead?
Oh, I'm
Probably.
totally about The Walking Dead. The shit they do, I'm like in this. Oh, by the way, Kyle, do you remember the scene in the walk? For anybody that's watched The Walking Dead, does anybody remember the scene where Sasha and Rosita are trying to snipe Negan, and they're up in a building, right?
Yeah.
And they keep taking turns looking through the gun to see if they can get a shot on him. That entire fucking scene, the lens cap is on that goddamn site, and it drives me nuts. Drove me crazy during the entire scene. The
Oh,
fucking
no.
lens cap was on.
You think
didn't see
that
nothing.
would have been?
through
You
that
think it would
scope.
have been noticeable? You know,
Wait,
I know.
What film is this?
The Walking Dead, the series.
The Walking
Oh.
Dead. It's like episode.
AMC.
It's like series or season 6, episode 3 or something. I don't remember. Long episodes ago for me. I've been binging it lately. But yeah, that entire scene, that fucking lens cap was on, and I thought, okay, they panned away from it, they'll correct it. They went back to it 3 times. All 3 times those girls looked through that fucking site, the fucking lens cap was on. Drove
It
me
was
up the wall.
probably. It was probably
I
all
need
the
to be
same
in-
shit.
I need to be a film editor because I catch all that shit every time.
No, the director is not. That's not their job. That's continuity's job.
Did you
Mhm.
catch how the on the very first episode how the bandaging on Rex switched sides?
Oh, really? Oh man, that's a major faux pas.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
notice
no,
that.
you're right because his scar's on his left side now, and it was originally on his right side, underneath
That's
his
as,
right arm.
that's
I
as
remember.
bad as a Starbucks cup in a feast scene in the 10th century.
That's because people like that crew that is supposed to take care of that shit is not doing their job right.
No, again, it's not the crew's fault either. I mean, a crew may mention it or
No, I
something,
said
but
the
it's
crew
it's,
that takes care of that particular kind of stuff. should have been
continuity is one person.
Okay,
That's
well,
all you
whatever.
get
That
per
one
movie.
person fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they sure
that
did.
lens cap thing was, even though they cut back and forth, it was probably all one take. And they just cut it up.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Carrie. They don't have a fucking clue. I think that all kids at some point should be shown how to garden before they're out of school. I think it should be part of the
Oh, I
curriculum
agree.
to survive.
I
I think they
happen to
should
have it.
at the very least be taught how to grow some basic fucking vegetables, so they
I
have a
happen to have-
clue
yeah.
what because if the apocalypse happened right now, most of the people would be dead in 6 days from starvation because they have no fucking idea how to walk out in the woods, try to kill something, start a fire. They're clueless. Like I learned a lot because my dad taught my brothers a lot, and I gleaned that information from them. But not everybody gets that, man.
And that's also why I look up edible weeds, and I happen to have a channel that you can go watch just to help you learn how to garden. Gardens
That's
happen.
kind of cool. I didn't know that.
Around here, it's not required education, but virtually every elementary school has some kind of community garden going.
Oh, I
But
definitely agree with that.
this is rural land, so.
Yeah, well, that's the
We
thing
have a
is they're not
church where they grow
doing it in
tomatoes.
they're not doing it in the urban areas like they should. You know, it's like a lot of these places there's people are starting to do like rooftop gardens and stuff. How come the city
This
doesn't
is
provide the shit for them to start rooftop gardens? And these people could actually, who are poor and starving, could eat healthier if you just gave them the
Yeah.
stuff to start it with.
An urban garden is different than in what you'd find in more rural areas. You know, it's a different thing too. You have to garden differently in like in a
Yeah, but
city or
not that
something.
not enough that they couldn't apply it to somewhere else if they needed to.
There are some differences. Like you want to focus more on container gardening, for instance, if you're like in a city.
Well, of course, you don't have anywhere to dig down into it. I mean, that's automatic. But the point is that in general, they would learn enough that they could survive if they needed to. And that was my whole point. Is people these like okay, for instance, when 9/11 happened and they shut down the fucking bridge tunnel for like 2 days, they had to open it back up because New York City 3 days. 3 days and they are out of food. They don't have places to store food and shit like that in New York City. If the trucks stopped going in and out, they'd all be dead. And they fucking know it.
That is true.
Gives you an idea of what would happen in an actual apocalypse.
In 2 days' time, they had stopped the trash trucks, rather. Not in 2 days. In 1.5 days, the streets were covered in bags of trash. Piles and piles of trash. Yep. The population of an area should be restricted to the number of people that environment is capable of supporting mass farming practices or to feed cities. Oh, I understand that. But that's what I'm saying is they have how many rooftops are in New York City that are flat that are just sitting there.
Yeah,
That's the only place they have to grow anything there. Because they have clumped everything together and all of these investors making all this money and every apartment's $2,500 for a fucking tiny little shitty studio that has roaches in it. Like in New York City, if you don't spend at least $3,000, you got roaches and you're in some shitty apartment.
Yeah, I saw this really interesting setup. It was a rooftop garden, and it was in a city environment. And what the guy did was he took a bunch of milk crates. He lined milk crates with some fabric, to help keep the soil in. Filled them up, and just create rows and rows of these milk crates with stuff growing in them.
Yeah, that's all you need is something to hold it. Literally, that's all you need. I have seen New York City is redesigning offices for habitation. Yes, they are. But here's the shitty thing. Those apartments are starting, the smallest ones, and they're pretty fucking small. They're starting at $2,500 a fucking month. Because when they first did the story about it, the guy, one of the reporters went, talked to the guy, toured the place, and then stood out front and interviewed people that were walking by and said, "Hey, they're doing this, isn't it great?" And they're all like, "Oh, that's fucking great, good. They're using that wasted space." He said, "Yeah, they'll be $2,500 a month." The lady goes, "I can't afford that. I don't know anybody. I don't even work with anybody that can afford that except for the boss." And that's right back to where you were. They're not trying to create habitation. They're trying to make money. If they were trying to create habitable places that were reasonably priced, those fucking apartments in those office buildings would be $1,500 where someone could afford it, or less than $2,000. Some point less than 2,000.
Probably even you go cheaper than that.
Yeah, no, you're right, Carrion. Absolutely. Well, shit, the studio apartments here are $1,500, and I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico, but it's a tourist area, so they charge more. Yeah, they don't understand how food gets in the table, water gets to the faucet, how electricity is produced and transferred. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And you know, the smartest thing that my mother ever did for my future was to take me out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and say, no, I'm raising my kids on a farm. I don't want them to live in a city. Because shortly after she moved us out of there, that city started getting full of fucking drugs and crime. So she made a really good move. And she taught all of us things that anybody in my family, and Bruce has even done gardening, and he didn't grow up with us. Anybody in my family could go grow their own produce, and any of us could survive. I know, right? But see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. In order for everyone to lower rent, so they made a good profit and everything still, you'd have to have everybody do it. And as long as there's one asshole out there charging $2,500 a month for a studio, all the other assholes are going to do it too. And they're not going to do a fucking thing about it. Because those guys own our fucking government. Just like they're never going to stop producing petroleum products. Because the oil industry is big money and they make a lot of money. And they're not going to let that go away.
It'll go away
Yeah, no,
eventually.
my mom was
We
great.
kibosh the planet.
Yeah, well, we're getting closer to that every fucking day, let me tell you. And the scientists are saying, "Oh, this is moving more rapidly than we thought." They just said that a couple weeks ago. All the issues are a tricky one. Well, you know, the bottom line is stuff like the rooftop garden thing that I think that we should give the people that live there to help them live better. They don't want those people to have that. You teach a man to fish, he doesn't need you anymore. But if you give the man the fish, he needs you still. And as long as people need the government, and as long as the government can keep us divided, they are going to win. So that will never change. See, that's the shitty thing about a post-apocalyptic world. You die of natural causes. There's no stopping it. But hell, I'm doomed anyways. I'm going to die way too early, so I don't give a fuck. Yeah, absolutely. I should even do it, but this isn't my land, and the soil out here is horrible, and I would have to till it all up and empty it and put in soil and everything else, and it's too expensive. I can't even begin to start it.
Guerrilla gardening.
Huh?
Guerrilla gardening. It started in an urban area. Basically, they would take an empty plot of land and turn it into a garden. Usually, like they would create seed bombs. You know, they like to have a little thing like with like sort of clay and stuff. Mixed with all these seeds mixed in, they just throw it out into the field. All this land would break open and the stuff would grow.
Just toss it out. Whatever grows, you eat off of.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally could do that as long as you probably have to make sure that there's plenty of grass in the field still, so it wouldn't kill the plants off before they could grow big enough. But yeah, you could do that. I promised my mom a movie, and I need to deliver. Which movie, 401? I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do with gardening these days. You know, there's so many plants that you can hang upside down and they grow just fine. You can do hanging gardens. You can do all kinds of things. And what I plan on doing once I get to my wherever I'm going to be, and if the tiny home community doesn't work out, then I'm just going to fucking just buy my own piece of land. Fuck it. Just stay there and die and everybody can leave me alone. But I plan on using solar panels for roofs for like porches and stuff. And then underneath of those, I'm going to have hanging plants growing. As much produce as I can hang. That way I can just walk right out my door and just pluck it off my porch and fucking eat. I don't have to go out into the field to pick my favorite veggies every day. I mean, we will have a big garden, but I want to have my own little stash too. Oh, I'm sorry, 401. She said she has Alzheimer's, so I can take her to Hocus Pocus again, and it will be like the first time. I didn't know she was that bad, buddy. I'm sorry. It sucks. Green stalks?
Oh, those are good.
What are those?
They're a vertical
Let me look it
garden.
up.
They're a vertical container garden, basically like stacked on top of each other, and you can like fill it with a reservoir of water, so it's self watering.
Oh, I see.
Kids, I'm going to get
Hell, I
going
don't
here.
buy that. I can build that myself.
So the
Here,
way
I'll
they're
sh-
designed, they're designed by a specific vendor. There are
Yeah,
other
no,
ones that are
I get it.
there are other ones that are similar to them, but they don't work quite as well. I've been wanting to get some myself. Let's see if I can. Yeah, it's a specific vendor that sells these guys.
Oh,
As I said earlier, I have got to go now
All right, later, Jenny.
because I'm falling asleep.
Well, nice that we put you to sleep,
Well, somebody had to.
but doesn't know we're that boring. Yeah, yep, those are.
right.
No, you're not boring. I'm boring. That's why I'm leaving.
Ah.
All
Oh,
right.
you are never boring, Jenny. I love having you on.
See,
Thanks for
see,
coming, honey.
see,
I
you,
appreciate you.
see everybody in chat, and don't get caught.
Later.
Never get caught. So, this is what I guess this is the one you were talking about, Carrie. Is this the kind you were talking about?
Yeah, that's what they're
Okay.
talking about there.
Yeah.
They're
They
yeah, they are worth the investment.
Lots and planters. What else they have? Sharing my screen so it's loading slow. It always
I've
does
also
that.
Yeah, I've heard of people with who these things survive not getting knocked over.
Oh,
by
so there's
hurricanes.
some different kinds they have. 369. Holy shit! What's that?
I've heard of situations where these things didn't even get knocked over by a hurricane.
No, because they're so fucking heavy. You got the dirt and the water in it. That creates a lot of weight. Huh. That's one of the base ones you can buy.
Yeah, I would
Caster
recommend
kit.
if you're going to buy one of these, get a sale and find somebody who's like being promoted by them and get on into their like 20% off whatever deal you can find, and it'll help out with the price of them.
I want to see more how they're made. That's what the fuck I want to see. Oh, the water goes down the center, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep. Reservoirs in the center. I could make one of those.
And these are actually specifically designed so
I could make one of those out of old trash planters. I could make one of those.
Well,
or any little buckets or anything.
Yeah, these are actually designed so that you have a consistent watering throughout the entire thing, and where others aren't designed that way, so you end up with like the top drying out before the bottom and so forth.
Interesting. Carrie Ann said, I saw something about 40 megahertz sounds for at least a half hour a day to slow Alzheimer's advancement. I believe it was used. Yeah, I did just hear something about that. They were actually saying that the 40 megahertz sound was actually helping slow the progress of the disease like a lot. A lot. There you go, 401. That's what you need to try. I forgot that was for Alzheimer's too. Yeah. They were talking about any kind of dementia or anything it's supposed to help. Of my homestead / garden channels have a discount. Oh, cool.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of them.
They spin too.
Yep.
Okay, I'll put base on wheels, Carrie, just to make you happy. You don't have to buy the caster kit. It comes separate, actually. And the casters itself are fucking ridiculously expensive. Hold on. Let me go back over here. $45 and $60 for some plastic with some wheels. I would never buy that. I would totally make one of these. I think it's an awesome fucking idea. And I love, because I've seen things like this, but only on walls. I've never seen them self-standing. So I love the idea. But you could also build something half of this and attach these to fences too, and have beautiful gardens on your fences and not on the ground at all. So that, yeah, you want to talk about some urban farming? That's how you do it. Commander said 40 megahertz is way beyond human hearing. You mean kilohertz? I don't know. Maybe we're not meant to hear it. Maybe it doesn't matter if we hear it. I don't know. Oh, she said yes. Sorry. Okay, kilohertz. Thank you. That makes a little bit more sense. No, I think this is a great try alternative gardening. Alternative's a fun word. Here you go. There's straw bale gardening.
Yep.
Lasagna gardening.
Oh, that's fun. That's
layering cardboard.
well, you do basically it's you have your cardboard layer, and then you layer it with like a nitrogen layer, another carbon layer. And you basically like sort of like composting in place, and you have some soil, maybe about a foot or so of soil on the very top. So as it breaks down, and you're feeding your plants.
Right.
So it's basically lasagna. So it's like layers of lasagna.
Okay. I have to kill this screen and start a new one. Mama Deb! Cooking and football got the best of you? Damn them. Damn those activities. Great, you said cooking, and I thought about you cooking, and now my stomach just growled. God damn it. I guess I'm going to have to eat today.
Yeah, all I had was a piece of my cake. New York style cheesecake.
4 cups of coffee. Oh. I can't have that. It's loaded with fucking dairy. The Raiders won? Who did they beat, Deb? The natural vibration of the neural connections is what does it. Thank you, Carrie. I do eat. I only eat in the evening. I don't eat all day long. When I'm working, I will bring something with me, like an apple to snack on, or a little pack of crackers or peanut butter crackers, something like that. I don't want to know. I didn't ask you what you cooked. I don't want to hear anything about meat, woman. And she's talking about Italian food with meat. That's even worse. Fucking Italian. They beat the Patriots. Good job. I don't know what I was saying now.
Right here.
It's out from Birds and Blooms here. This is 4 alternative easy gardening methods you should try.
Compost in place. That's a good one.
Straw bale gardening. Look at those bales, full of love. Hey.
And so you have
Look at
the compost in place is basically you dig a trench in the middle of your
some
garden bed.
cabbage, white cabbage, regular cabbage.
Then you just fill up with all your compost material in that, cover it over the soil, and you can plant right on top of it.
Oh, cool.
That's
Here's the grow bag gardening.
I like that. I love grow bags. They're cheap. You know, they're only like a couple.
I saw you had.
Yeah, you get like a pack of 10 in for like $20. That's off of Amazon. So they're like $2 a bag for like a 10-gallon bag. Compare that to what you normally do for like other containers.
Okay. Herb spirals. Ooh, I've never heard of this one. Step 1, place a wooden stake at the center of your future garden, then tie a 2 to 3 foot length of string to secure a can of spray paint. Cover the stake it out, right, with cardboard. Okay, you do it with cardboard and wet thoroughly.
Yeah.
Starting from any point outside the circle, we can create a perimeter with whatever material you've selected, stacking or measuring higher as you go along. At the halfway point, work your way in to make a spiral that ends near the center of the garden, measures about 3 feet high. Okay. I could dig that. Let's go back up here to the instructional one. Oh, okay. I see what they're doing.
Looks fun.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Just build it up with dirt and rocks. Build a little wall.
Yeah, I'm doing something similar with branches. Just kind of building a garden bed, sort of like a reverse Hugo culture.
Garden wall.
Yeah, it's a cinder box, and you
see.
Just fill
You know what I don't like about this one? Yeah, the one I don't like about this is they're showing brand new cinder blocks. They should be encouraging people to go out and get old cinder blocks from like buildings or whatever that are left over and not buying brand new. The reason I want to do certain things the way I want to do them is because I'm going to save money while I'm doing it. I'm not trying to buy more materials. I'm trying to use the trash I have or neighbors or whoever.
I'm lucky if I can find old cinder blocks. I usually have to buy new ones myself, but there's a lot more space that they could utilize on that wall too.
Well, and that's the thing is this whole front of this wall is empty.
Mm-hmm. And like
if you wanted to, see, this is how I would do it. No, you know what? I'm not telling anybody because I just had a new idea. I'm not telling anybody.
Yeah, under that red lettuce, you have one cinder block with that red lettuce growing. Then you can have one cinder block sticking out right there. So you have another spot there, and across from it.
Yeah, like they have it. They have it right. They have it right here.
So it'd be checkerboarded. Yeah,
sticking out.
Yeah, so you have it sticking out there.
Yeah, see, you know what I would do though?
Diagonally to it, you had the sticking out. Diagonal to that, sticking out. Dialing down, you stick it out, and so forth.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it like that. I think that's a waste of space. I would build my wall with all the blocks on an angle at about a 50-degree angle. So all the holes are facing you and they go stacked up like this, and that whole wall could be full of fucking plants.
Yeah, definitely.
Now you would use 3 times as many cinder blocks, but every cinder block hole would have a plant in it.
Yeah, you'd have a lot more you'd have a lot more planting space too.
Let's see. Where was I? Is that like the German one where you use sticks and stuff? No, it's
that's Hugo culture.
Oh. Sorry, I misunderstood what she meant. Yeah, there's pallet gardens. Absolutely. Yep.
Mhm.
You can do that too. And the cool thing, now think of this too. The cool thing about a pallet garden, if you move, Deb, you can take your garden with you.
That's the reason why I'm
That's what's
keeping
cool
most.
about that.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm keeping most of my garden in containers. So if I ever have to move for whatever reason, I can pack up everything, or just about everything.
You want to like dig up your plants and kill them. You certainly don't want to leave them for the next motherfucker to be enjoying all your hard work. So, yeah, no, I agree with that. That's great. Yeah, I want to do. That's what I was saying, Deb. If and when we get to this tiny home thing, like I wanted to plant like tomatoes and herbs and stuff. Because you know how I want to use solar panels for porch roofs, and hang off of there. I want to put a bunch of hooks, and so we can hang herbs and tomatoes, whatever we want to grow that is able to be hung and grown.
Another good thing you can do is use those plastic storage totes, and you just drill some holes in the bottom of them.
No, you could do that, but I guess you heard what I said, Aaron, and what I meant, like stacking them like this, so the top is going this way, and just mortaring around them to hold them in place, and then maybe put up like you probably have to put it like some rebar or something up to help hold them in place. But if you did that and they were all at like a 50-ish, 55-degree angle, and if you wanted to not have it totally full, you could just leave some empty holes too. But every single one of those would be a way to plant. If you would just have to go out in the morning and just spray the whole fucking wall with water, and you're done. Everything's watered. Or you could put in a drip system, so it drips down at different angles away from the top edge of the wall. Because how I would do it is I would stack them like this, and then bring it back as you're stacking it. So the whole wall would be at an angle. That's how I would do it. Buy them at the thrift store. Actually, Mom and Deb, you might not have to buy them at the thrift store. Go to any big like landscaping companies and stuff like that, and ask them if they have any old leftover ones that they don't want. Because a lot of them, there are people that go to those places and fill their truck full of pallets and go sell the pallets for $2 a piece. But they don't charge to pick up the pallets. The pallets are free.
Yeah,
so they go sell them to companies, or they refurbish them and sell them for $2 or $3, $5 a piece, and they make a fucking shit ton of money. So don't go buy pallets. Go to some big old warehouse. They have you see any place that has a whole bunch of them laying out back, and they look like they're fucking got plants growing in them. They don't care. Go get free pallets. Don't buy them.
Yeah, you just put a couple stakes in the ground, and you can slide the pallet right in between on two stakes. You do that on 4 sides, and you got yourself a garden bed or a fence if you want.
In sand around weather treated and sealed 4x4s, watering at the top should filter down. I wouldn't do that. Not if you're setting up the way I think you're setting it up, because pressure treated shit is toxic, and I would not
anymore. Actually, they don't use the toxic stuff anymore. So
they are really
usable. Yeah, they are usable now.
Oh, I didn't know they changed it. Oh, good. Okay, I was like, don't you dare buy pallets for that. I will kick your ass. Okay, cool. I'm glad you get them free. The plastic containers. Okay.
Yeah.
I get you.
I can show you in my garden what I do sometime with the plastic containers. That's why I actually had my yard logging beans growing in. Or a few plastic totes. And so I just drilled holes in and
now, God, that just makes me think more and more about what I could use to put stuff in that people just throw away every fucking day. That's like, you know what, one of the things I did for our tiny home community? Two of the things I have started doing. I collect these. They are storage containers. They are plant starters. They are lots of things. And Seattle's Best happens to make the thickest, toughest fucking coffee bags I've ever seen in my life. So every time I buy one, I've thrown out a couple now. I have a whole pile up there. I probably have like 50 of these up there in a bag, shoved in together. But yeah, I have these, and then I have 30 of these creamer containers, about 30 of these. Also, store anything in it. You can store beans, food, I don't know, gardening supplies. You could put screws and nails in it. Like, every time I see stuff like this, it's so hard for me to throw things out because I just want to keep everything. Like, if I didn't live in a tiny home, I would have an entire room full of, I could use this one day. Waiting for the apocalypse to happen. Exactly, Deb. Exactly. You start out with the egg containers. And if you get the cardboard egg containers, you can actually just, pluck that and plant it. Maybe break it up a little bit in the soil. It won't hurt anything. And see, once you get your starters going, then they go into those. Right. Really, Maya? Are you like that too? Because, I grew up poor. I don't throw things out. That's like my landlord. She grew up poor because every cabinet in her fucking kitchen that has food in it is packed full all the time. She'll use 2 things and go buy 3 or 4. Like, she is so afraid to run out. Those boys, she could die and those boys could eat in that house for like a month and not come close to starving. 2 teenage boys, they could eat on that for I'd say probably 3 months. She has 3 months worth of food in that house. Between the canned goods, she has 2 refrigerators, 2 big freezers. Like, that woman has food. Toilet paper rolls cut in half. Don't say that. I'll start saving them. Shh.
Another thing you can do with toilet paper rolls is grow carrots. So you basically you put all the toilet paper rolls in up like how you would for like a container for starts. You should put the carrot seeds in those, and so you get the carrots starting in there. And then you take the whole paper towel roll and stick it into the ground where you want the carrots to be.
They'll just grow above ground like that.
Yeah, and they'll just grow.
Will they go down into the ground, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You're saying to use them as a starter, but go and stick them in the ground, and they'll just grow from there.
Yeah, and they'll just grow from there because the carrot isn't going to care about the paper towel rolls. Isn't going to go out to beyond. It's going to go straight down.
Yeah, mostly down. Yes, they go out very little. You can actually plant carrots really close together because the sideways the roots will only go out like a couple inches. But it goes down like 1.5 feet or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you need to start
deep soil for carrots, but you don't need a lot of space.
Yeah. So if you need to start carrots, it's early, and you can't do planting in where you want them to grow. You can just start them in these little paper towel rolls, and then just take the paper towel, the whole thing, and just stick it right in the ground.
Yeah, that's cool.
And also gives you that spacing. It also takes care of all the spacing issues of having to thin it out and all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it would also keep the weeds from invading your plant space on the top surface. Yep. That's smart. I bet radish would work too. Yes, I would say you could do that with any kind of a root vegetable that does not grow out. Any of them. So yeah, sure, it would work for a radish. The only thing you want to be careful about though is radishes tend to grow into they grow
big
closer
bulbs
to the ground than carrots, and you won't get a radish. So you might want to have space for them. But you could use other things for that as well, you guys. You could
something like that would
use
probably
other things to do the paper towel effect.
Yeah,
and then just remove it later.
Yeah, something like that with the radishes. You probably want to use like the icicle radishes rather than the regular bulbing ones because they would bulb
Yes.
out.
That's what I'm saying because they get clumpy. Yeah.
Maybe parsnips. That might be a good one to use.
Oh, Deb. See, in my house, I'm gonna have my house decorated with on the outside with a bunch of those fucking coffee bags full of plants.
Mm.
You know what I was thinking too, Deb? Speaking of which, speaking of these coffee bags, they are bright silvery on the inside. So I could probably turn those inside out, use them in the winter to grow stuff, and the bag itself is going to keep the plants and the roots and stuff from freezing.
Not a bad idea.
And I could just put a bag over top of the leaves to keep the frost off of it. It would actually heat the plant and keep it warm all winter.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Thank you. Oh, also, if you really need to, I could turn one of those bags inside out, put food in it, and set it out in the sun and cook my food
There you go.
like a solar oven. Oh, I think of things, my friend. I don't just see something and go, "Oh, it's good for this one use." I have like 10 uses for those 30 or 40 fucking bags up there. I really do. Cold frame. Yep. I did that for my ex. I actually built her. She found an old window and I built a box and then we ended up splitting up and moving, but she might have taken it with her. I don't remember if she took it with her or not. She probably did. Everything I built her, she took with. So yeah, so she could grow tomatoes. She specifically wanted tomatoes in the wintertime. So I built her a box, little mini a mini greenhouse, so to speak.
Yeah. The only thing I haven't worked out is sort of the reverse of that, where you want to cool down an area. I haven't quite been able to get that worked out yet.
What do you mean, cool down an area?
Well, I'm living in a subtropical environment, so if I want to grow something that needs a cooler environment, I can't really do that. I need
Yeah, you
to
can. You have to do it inside.
No, I mean to say if I don't have the space inside.
Then you'd have to build a mini greenhouse, but not for heat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would need to come up with something. I would need to come up with something to sort of a reverse version of the cold frame, where it actually creates a cold environment.
Well, I'd say the first thing I would do is put up some kind of a thick mesh screening so the sun can get through, but not all of it, over top of them. That would be the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do is try to encourage or / plant them in the yard that has the most amount of wind. So it has the most amount of air movement, because in a humid environment, that is the most important thing, is that air movement.
Yeah, one thing I have found was digging like a trench down into the ground. It'll create be cooler down in the trench area. But of course, I have to worry about drainage for that kind of situation.
Yeah, Carrie Ann, and that's why it's great to grow your potatoes in hay. Compost down, and yes, it will heat up. That's why people have barn fires, because they used to bale the hay too soon and they didn't let it dry in the field. And if it's wet, it gets hot, creates a fire. It will burn down your entire fucking barn. I've seen it. I have a shelf, for lack of a better term, that has 4 levels that holds my starters. It is covered in a plastic like cover for the winter. Oh, cool. So you have a wait a minute, that sounds like a bakery shelf but they did it for gardening, right? It sounds just like a bakery movable shelf with the cover for proofing.
In my backyard, I've got these. It's a rack for like a closet rack, a clothes rack.
Yeah.
And I just set it up on some cinder blocks, and I use that put my put a row of grow bags right on top of that.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I pulled the thing out of the garbage too, so I didn't even pay for that one that I have in back there. Somebody threw it out. Like, oh, I'm grabbing that. It's all in the trash. Like, okay, mine.
Run to underground with a distance Huh? Intake in the room is the exiting air cooled by Earth. I know what you're saying, but that sounded really confusing how you typed it.
One thing I do for composting is I've gotten these like the 3 cubic bag of peat moss, and once I've finished out that bag, I fill it up with compost.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I wouldn't waste it either. That's
Yeah.
useful. We
Yeah,
used to take stuff like that and go like if you had some that you didn't want to get weedy or whatever, we would cut the bags open and lay them over top of the plants, like the ones that are going to be late in the season or you want weeds or whatever. Put holes in them, and then you use the peat moss bags for cover.
Yeah, another thing you can do if for composting, you want to go with the 2 cubic foot bags at the smallest, but of course larger is better for that kind of thing. But another thing you can do with these bags that you buy in the store is just grow them instead of just cutting them open. You just cut the top open them up, and you have a grow bag right there.
Yes, that is true, Aaron. They can do that, and the problem with that is they don't go behind it and tet it quick enough. So because if in those really hot like sun places like here, that would probably happen here because we're at 7,500 feet and it gets hot as fuck, and the sun is. It's not even just the heat; it's just that the sun is very intense here. It's intense like nowhere else I've ever lived in my life. So places like this, yeah, but if they go behind it right when they cut it and they tet it, they can have that shit picked up by the end of the fucking day in those places. But they don't. People rush. People don't do things right. They don't. That's why a lot of farmers used to just like they'll just do haystacks out on the side beside their farm and just cover it in a tarp so it doesn't get rotten and wet and shit. And they just let it sit there because it's too wet to put in the damn barn. It might catch on fire. Leave it outside. And that's why they do that shit. But
I actually have I have my old kitchen trash can that I had to switch it out since Molly could get into it. I'm filling that up with grass and just letting it dry out. That's why I'm making my own hay.
Yeah, for everything except for like corn and the vegetables that you have to grow a shit ton of, potatoes and stuff like that. Everything else I want to everything that's like tomatoes and mushrooms and everything else I want to put it in the greenhouse. Because we're gonna have a greenhouse so we can eat year round. Yeah, there'll be a couple months out of the year that I won't do it, but only the 2 coldest months of the year, and the rest of the time we'll have shit growing. You can't, Deb. What do you mean post a picture here? You mean the link to a picture, or I don't know what you're trying to do. You can't post pictures on the chats. Maybe you've been in TikTok too much. I don't know. Yes, actually, yes, Carrie Ann. Now, where Deb lives, I probably will not be able to dig down for the greenhouse because it is a very wet environment in Oregon. So the ground is really wet there. If we get a property that's up high enough, I might be able to. Mage has something here. I might be able to dig down a little bit, but I don't know if I can dig down like almost 3 feet.
Yeah, there's my kitchen trash can, my old one. I was just been grabbing handfuls of grass as I'm walking by, taking care of the chickens, and just throwing it in there to just let it fill up, and it's all gonna dry out and be hay for me to do whatever I want with.
Yeah, as long as you keep it dry, yes. But don't keep that near anything.
Yeah, right there is fine.
It shouldn't catch because you're in a very humid environment, but it could. I'm just saying.
Right there is fine. It gets it's enough aeration that they're not really worried about it. But there's a bunch of grow bags with my okra growing in it.
Nice.
And let's see if I can get a good shot. But you can see the container I have. These are my yard long beans, and you can see these were 3 totes I had lined up.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are just totes from like Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah, I got these at Lowe's. Actually, I got these, and I just drilled holes in the bottoms of them. I used a step drill so I don't crack them, and the hand powered one so I can go slowly on it, and
Mhm.
put a bunch of holes in the bottom, and you can see these like hassle thing to just slide a pole right into there, and that's how I hold the whole thing up, and it's just some chicken wire.
Oh, Wes,
So
how you doing?
I tied it then. I tied it down with the some zip ties, to
Yeah,
hold it to the poles.
yeah, that's cool. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Like people don't know, you can do so much with like a ball of twine.
And like that blue tote that's sitting right there, I pulled that out of somebody's trash can.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. I'm sick of people going out and buy it. Quit buying things. Go to the dump. Go to the guy down the road that has a bunch of shit in his backyard and say, "Hey, man, are you going to use those totes or those planters or those buckets or those old pails back there? Because I'd love to use them for above ground gardening." You know what the guy's going to do? Go, "I don't give a fucking care. Take my trash." That's what he's going to say. Because they don't care. That's why the trash is there. Now you will
There's
find the 1 out of 8 or 10 that'll say, "No, I'm gonna use that for
hmm
something," because they're hoarders. But in general, you can usually just ask people for trash. People go out on trash day. When trash day hits, go out first thing in the morning and just drive around your neighborhood for like 20 minutes. I guarantee you will come back with at least one, if not 10 things that you can use for
oh yeah,
gardening or your house or something.
oh
People
yeah,
just throw shit away. They don't
oh yeah.
fix things anymore. They throw it out. I literally was talking to a guy who used to work at a dump, and he said that they had at any given time 8 to 10 vacuum cleaners that just needed a new belt.
Damn.
He said, when I worked there, I never bought a vacuum cleaner. I never bought coffee tables. I never bought end tables. I would just take shit home because people just throw everything out. And they
And
do.
like with my since I've started doing this gardening, I haven't done any yard waste. Is haven't had any yard waste pickup whatsoever, except for when I had the hurricane where I had so much I couldn't do anything with. It was just so much bulk. I wish I could have processed all of it if I had the time. I just didn't have the time. But other than that, I haven't thrown out a single bit of yard waste. So I've used it all.
So maybe you can answer this for Wes. I don't get why people buy dirt every year for their flowers. I actually know the answer to this. Would you like to answer it, Mage?
Uh, well, first of all, people might not know how to compost, or perhaps there's a possibility that they just didn't get enough compost, and they just ran out of what that they had made. It can take up to a year, 6 months to a year to make compost. So,
That's not what I'm saying. Explain to Wes why you have to add. Okay, here's the thing. Plants suck nutrients out of the soil. So if you're going to plant the same thing in the same spot every year, you have to replace the nutrients. And what Mage is saying is you can do that through composting. You can do that through several different methods. If they're not doing any of that, they have to buy soil. And you can't just keep putting soil on top of soil. So they pay gardeners to come in and dig out their gardens and put fresh soil in, and
well,
then they
actually,
start planting after that.
you can just put soil on top of soil. It's called no till.
No, what I'm saying is eventually it will get too tall. You can't just keep adding soil to it for years.
No,
Sometimes you have to remove the old shit and put new soil in.
that's actually what people do. They don't till it up. They just leave it in place. Just put another a few inches of soil down and just plant right there. That's all you have to do.
Depending on how you're gardening, you
Yeah,
cannot
it
do
depends
that.
on how you garden. Yeah,
Okay.
there are ways.
Yes.
There's also things where you
You
actually
don't
don't
want
need.
a garden that when you walk up to it, it's as high as your fucking knees and your plants
Yeah.
are falling out the side.
You
You don't want
you also have situations where you actually don't need add anything into depending on how you do it. Like you can like rotate your plants so you have different nutrients being taken up by a different plant at given times. So you actually don't need to add anything in that kind of situation because as the nutrients is being replenished by you're just putting mulch down. Um, the only time if you do it right, and the soil life and everything will take care of the rest. The only time you really need to add nutrients to your soil is usually when you're doing container gardening, because it has a much smaller space, sort of like how you have like a difference between a lake or a pond and then a fish tank. You know, there's much difference in how you have to take care of it.
Yeah, what I plan on doing for the if I can dig down, what I plan on doing for the greenhouse is I want to take the dirt that I took out to put the greenhouse in, and I want to mix that with potting soil and use that for inside the greenhouse. Because why not? I got to dig it out anyway, so why not use it? So
And you really need very little in the way of organic matter in your garden, believe it or not.
well, and half the point is the first year I do that, I shouldn't have to add anything to the soil because I just pulled it out of the ground. So I don't have to do anything to it the first year, hopefully. Depending on what the soil. If it's that nice dark brown smelly soil, I'm not even gonna water this.
You already have all the organic manure. But ideally you can look at basically your ideal soil mixtures would be about 45% minerals, 25% air, 25% in water, about 5% in organic matter, which you think it would be a lot more, plus the soil life. So that'd be your microbes, your worms, your bugs, whatnot.
Which is exactly why you compost. You take all your little bits of leftover tomatoes, the end of the cucumber, the whatever you have, except for avocados. You should probably try to grow those trees. They're actually very resilient. You'd be amazed where you can grow those trees at. Take all that and throw it in a composter. They make them these days. They sit up. You can spin them so you don't have to manually stir them because we're all spoiled fucking Americans. I mean, where I grew up, we had a 1x4 little square piece with chicken wire around it so no big animals could get into it, and we just threw everything in there and we would mix it up with a fucking shovel, and once it got nice and yucky, we'd go throw it in the garden and Mom would till it in. That was that.
Unfortunately, avocados are susceptible to root rot, like what happened to this guy, but my other one is doing quite nice. That's my other avocado tree there.
Careful how much you water it. Check. I did not know that beans add nitrogen to the soil. That is amazing because was it corn? Corn needs a lot of nitrogen, I believe.
Yes and no. So if you're going to use legumes for increasing soil nitrogen, and you have to get it before they produce the beans.
You want a treat?
So basically, if you're going to be using for nitrogen fixing, then till them into the soil before they start producing beans, because they're going to take all that nitrogen in and put it into the beans.
Okay.
Actually, technically, the plant itself isn't actually the nitrogen fixing aspect of it. What they're doing is they're attracting specific types of microbial life that does the nitrogen fixing. So the plant is actually releasing the stuff around the root system that attracts certain microbes. So pretty much all plants do this, and they'll actually devote about almost like 20% of their energy to attracting these microbes, and then the microbes will create the nitrogen and do the nitrogen fixing, and they take up that nitrogen, and voila.
Okay. Dig up your neighbor's field seems easier. Clover is another plant that can fix bad soils too by root systems and die back in winters. Ah, really? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of them.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought until my yard started washing away. Three Sisters method. Okay, that's the comment I was trying to get to. Corn, squash, and beans. The beans grow up in the corn stalk, and replenish the nitrogen in the soil, and the squash leaves cover the ground to maintain moisture and just. Shut the fuck up.
Yep. So you
Mom and Dad,
plant
write that down.
so you would plant the corn first, let it grow up, and then you plant your vining plant. It would be your beans, and then you plant your squash. You want to do it in that order, so you don't plant them all at once. You
Yeah, no, no,
space it
no.
out.
You have to let gotta have the corn grow up. Man, saying corn and grow together was just really hard for some reason.
Corn grow.
You have to have the corn grow some in order because once you plant those, any kind of time you plant beans, you need to have a stalk ready for them.
Mhm.
So you can do it, but you have to wait till the corn's at least 2 foot tall before you plant those beans.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
gonna have to. Yeah. And then the beans of the squash you could probably plant right afterwards because it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'd
But
say until the corn get 2 feet tall before you set the beans
But-
up because
but
once they start growing, they go up fast. They
yeah,
vine fast.
you want to plant the beans next before you plant your squash because once the squash takes over and covers that thing, it could co- overtake your beans that way. But if you get the beans growing up the trellis first, then you have your squash grow in, and that covers your that creates a living mulch.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Wes. This is what you do, buddy. You plant vegetables, but you stick flowers in with them. That way it's pretty and it's beautiful. And a lot of vegetables have some really beautiful blooms too. Some of them will be white, some are purple.
Oh yeah.
So they kind of look flower-esque while they're growing. Like snap peas. Snap peas are beautiful while they're growing. You can put in little holders and they grow on it and they have beautiful blooms and they are fucking delicious right off. All you do is pull that stem off and rip that little stringy piece off and it is heaven in a goddamn little green pod. But anyways, the point is you could incorporate flowers into a vegetable garden. So it looks pretty like a flower garden, but you're actually getting some fucking food out of it.
And that can also, if they're a low growing plant, you also will use as a living mulch. Another.
Oh shit! You know what? You're right. Get some of the ground cover plants that just go wild and they grow everywhere.
Yep.
And just put them in your fucking garden. But they don't take enough to hurt the plants.
Yeah.
They just keep the moisture in.
Hmm?
I'll be fucking damned. Deb, are you writing all this down? I hope you are, because somebody needs to write this shit down.
I love the look of the sweet potato flowers. I don't know if you've ever seen those.
You know, honestly, once you guys said it, it clicked in my head that I have seen that somewhere before, Aaron. Didn't know what it was called. Didn't know why it was like that. But once you said it, I was like, holy shit, that's what that guy did. Because I saw a garden like that once, but I really thought it was weird. I didn't understand why he had like clumped things together like that. Because in our garden, we had everything separate. You had corn and you had tomatoes, and it went down. And then when you got underneath the trees, there was herbs, right? Where there was partial sun for the day. So I didn't know what he was doing, but oh my god, it makes sense now.
Also having the things separated out so you don't have everything in one spot. That can actually reduce problems with pests. So let's say you have your cabbage in one spot, and then you have
so the cabbage moth isn't eating all your cabbage; it's eating one because all the other ones are away from it. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, cabbage moths are shit.
Yeah, one of my favorite things flowers to grow for if you're going to do like flowers mixed in with your vegetables or marigolds. And they're also usable for a number of things. You can make tea out of them. You can nice little stringent if you'll scrape or cut. You just take the leaf and just rub it on you. Easy to grow, easy to get seeds out of, so you don't have to keep buying them over and over. Or they're rather pretty. And if you have like a bare area, you just throw a bunch of those seeds into the area, let it grow up, cut them all down and chop them up, and you got yourself a mulch for when you do grow your vegetables. If you don't,
yeah. Planting is helpful in containers too to reduce water evaporation. Interesting.
Yeah.
Also, I have so many ideas right now.
It does help with also nutrients as well. Because let's say you have
All right.
something that doesn't take up much nitrogen, but put it right next to something that does take up a lot of nitrogen. There, like the beans and corn.
Oh, I bet it was horrific. I don't even know what that would come out like, Aaron. Like, I can't even. Was it like watery like a watermelon, but tasted like a pumpkin? Because that would be fucking gross.
Water pumpkin hybrid. I don't think that's possible. Those aren't related plants.
It was some kind of other hybrid he didn't know. I don't know. Marigolds are the shit. Why are marigolds?
Oh yeah. Marigolds are great. So I was just talking about the how you can make tea out of them. You can, like.
Oh! I'm sorry. I don't know why I was thinking dandelions, but it's almost the same thing. Yeah, I got you now.
They're good for taking care of nematodes.
Huh.
If you have a nematode problem in the soil, plant marigolds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we used to do it, Wes. Like I remember being outside and we'd like, for instance, we'd kill a pig and Mom would gut it out and tell us to go dump the guts in the woods. We always dumped them in the woods for the local animals to get or whatever. So we'd throw all the guts that she wasn't going to keep in the woods. She usually kept the liver, sometimes kept kidneys if she wanted to cook those up, depending on what she felt like. And for cows, she always kept the tongue because that was the best piece of meat on the whole fucking cow, is that goddamn cow tongue. Anyways, super, super fucking tender, and it holds spice so well, and it's. My mouth is watering. We need to not talk about meat. Anyways,
you're the one talking about meat.
So what we would do is mom had a ceramic tabletop she got from my grandpa when he died. It was a table without the legs, is basically what it was. And we had a wooden table and she didn't want to butcher on the wooden table. So every year she'd set that on top of the other table and she's in there with a fucking cleaver, like bam, bam. Like, I'm not kidding. 5'2" little Italian woman in there just chopping shit up, blood flying everywhere. She's like, I got it. And we would just cut a piece off, or we were taking the skin off is what we were doing. We would skin them while she was working on this. And she'd come out and go, oh, you got that much off? Yep. Let me take that butt off that pig. And she'd chop it off and take a hunk in, or she'd bring a bone saw out and she'd cut a leg off and she'd take it in and be like, all right, I got this. You guys keep going. And she would have most of the pig cut up and in packages and in the freezer before we even got the fucking skin off the pig. It would like pieces started disappearing as we were skinning it, or she'd take one of the front legs and go, I want the skin on this one, take the back, like, oh, this is gonna be a ham, leave the skin on it, whatever.
Very efficient.
But
I gotta give you that.
That's what she did, man. She was a fucking little beast. She'd be in the kitchen just fucking sweating her ass off and busting her ass, fucking chopping up food for us. She was a hell of a cook, man. And here's the funny thing. And this is why I know that people can do whatever they want. My mom was raised in Boston, Massachusetts, like downtown. And she decided, after she got married and moved all around the country with my dad, because he kept getting stationed at different naval bases and kept going, and like he went to Kentucky and someplace else for training one time. Wasn't even any water near anywhere where he was. But so she moved around with him. They ended up back in Virginia. He ended up at Norfolk Naval Base again. Yeah, that's where he was stationed. My dad retired. She took us out in the country. That woman didn't have a clue how to fucking do anything except for maybe plant a flower. I don't think she had done any gardening before that at all. Like maybe a flower. And she bought a bunch of books and she read and she created a fucking farmstead for us. And that woman had no clue before that how to do any of that shit. Like none of it. She had never done any of it before. Sorry,
start
guys.
somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, she wanted to have healthy children. She wanted to raise us on a farm. She wanted us to learn things. So she was like, this is what we're doing. And my dad was like, all right. I mean, what was he going to say? He was out to sea all the time. She was like, oh, we're moving and we're going out in the country. And he was like, okay. Like he was okay with it though, because he was into the survival stuff. He had like all the Foxfire books and, You know, he could tell you what berries were poisonous, what leaves you shouldn't touch, which leaves you could fucking chew on all day, you know, which ones had higher whatever in it. Like he knew that survival shit.
Yeah, I've been trying to teach myself that a lot too, along with the
And
gardening.
how we as children never got that he was like some fucking like Navy SEAL or something. Well, yeah, they used to drop those guys out and leave them in the woods for months by themselves. He had to know those skills. Like, that's how he knew it so well. He knew all that shit. He could make any rope knot. Like, he did all that. My dad did all that shit. And the fact that he didn't pass it down to me is really fucking sad. That the only two he told are the fucking assholes in the family. He didn't teach us the rest of any of that shit. But that's all right. I know certain things I can't eat, and I just don't eat the rest. It was like a melon-like thing. It was a rock-hard melon-like thing. But it looked like a watermelon? Or did it resemble more of a watermelon, or? We did the same thing. Yep. Our pigs were usually named Bacon and Sausage. One time we had Chop and Loin because I wanted to be a smartass one year. Mom let me name them Chop and Loin. But the rest of the time they were always, and any bull that was going, he was named Hamburger. We had to name them after food so we would not, because we got attached to them, and Mom knew we would. So Sanders Meatpacking Company is a small family-owned butcher and processor I buy from. They are online and ship. Yeah, you tell me now that I can't have any. You know what? Fuck you, Carrie.
You don't name something you have to put down. Now go get the X-Boy number 2.
That's because they don't overload it with sodium and preservatives to make it last longer. That's why, Carrie Ann. Preservatives are one of the... Let me tell you a story. Back in 1994, I believe it was, maybe 95, my nephew was really little. He's like 6'5" and 29, I think, or 30 years old now. So however long ago that was. My sister realized that her kids were getting chubby, and she was like, how are my kids getting chubby? I feed them well. They're always outside running around. You know, they drink lots of water, like all the right things, all the mom thing. Like she had all the mom things down pat. She was like, how are my kids getting fat? She took all of the prepackaged, anything that had a preservative in it, and she gave it all away to the food bank at her church. And the stuff that was open, she gave to like the pastor and his family because they were like, oh, we'll take it. We trust you, you know, kind of thing. She has not had preservatives in her house since. You will find a random drink or something that maybe one of the kids have, like the adult kids, that has a preservative in it. But that shit don't happen in my sister's family. She got rid of all that shit, and her entire family, they have looked amazing ever since. Because she taught her kids that, and they don't buy a bunch of junk. They cook food because that's what their parents did. And their kids are fucking healthy and beautiful children, and it's great. Sad my mom's not seeing all of it, to be honest with you. It's really, that kind of just hit me all of a sudden. Kind of sucks, but she loved being a nana. Having grandkids, oh my God, she was super fucking, she wanted like 30 fucking grandkids. Well, she got them now. There's got to be 20 grandbabies in this family now. Great and grand. There's probably, for her, if they would be grand and or great grandchildren and great grandchildren.
Well, if you're getting
out of those, for her, they would be her great and great. She has around 25-ish, I think.
Well, if you're getting yourself down, just read my headline.
I left you someone in the fridge. I thought it was supposed to be something in the fridge. Yes, nitrites, yes, and nitrites are also used as a preservative. So they're doubling up on the nitrates and using it as a preservative, and it's a whole bunch of fucking salt. And yes, it will blow you up like a fucking balloon because our bodies are not. And by the way, it's really bad for your heart. Don't do it. Yes. I mean, seriously, Carrie, if you literally just never ate anything prepackaged that has, like, make sure whatever it is, read the label, make sure it has no preservatives on it. Even if you just avoid the preservatives and get like non-preservative whatever you're buying that normally would have it in it, you would see a huge change in your diet. Huge, huge. Yeah, no, I know how you are with MSG. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Oh, and yes, I meant to agree with you. Yes, it absolutely can. Yes, that stuff is also bad for arthritis. Absolutely. It's just bad for us. The fact that the fucking FDA says it's okay to put that shit in our foods, that just shows they don't give a fuck about us. You think those guys go home and eat that shit? Hell no. Hell no. They don't eat that crap. It's for poor people.
That's the reason why you have such obesity issues with people who are poor, or and then you have people turning around. Oh well, they're obese. How are they starving? Well, they haven't even eat junk.
They're
They're
not
just eating
starving.
junk.
They're eating shit food.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to piss off some people, and I'm about to do it. I grew up on food stamps. I have food stamps now. Well, actually, I just reapplied because I need to help until I get my first paycheck in a couple weeks. Hopefully, they get off their ass, take care of that soon. I buy with those food stamps. I get enough food stamps for a month. I can eat literally nothing but vegetables fresh from the fucking produce section with what they give me with my EBT, and I would have a bunch left over if I didn't buy stuff like cereal, sugar, creamer for my coffee. I buy everything I need off of $280 a fucking $250 to $280 a month. Easy. Easy. So when people that are on like food stamps and shit and say I can't afford it, you're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. You buy the produce that's cheaper per pound and you'll be fine. I buy it. I'm buying it out of my own pocket right now and I'm okay. And I can pull out receipts and show you costs of shit if we want to sit down and do that. Like, that's bullshit. People, for the most part, are fucking lazy and they want to buy the pre-prepared food in the fucking store so they don't have to nuke their goddamn chicken nuggets for their kids. That's the fucking truth. Now, if you want to get into meat, but the bottom of the line is what they buy that is pre-made instead of the meat that they bought. If they would have bought the meat, like a pack of chicken and some breading, they could have made their own chicken nuggets and got 4 times as much for that fucking $8. So when people say, "Oh, I can't eat healthy, I'm on food stamps," fuck you.
Now that
Yes, you can.
Now that you're mentioning, I just had the thought in my head. Get a pound of potatoes, like some of those black beans, mix them together with some seasoning. There you go. Got a meal right there.
No, I know that shit exists, but food deserts aren't as prolific as people want to say. They are not. There's not as many as what people want to. You guys got to remember, a lot of this information people hear, people are stretching shit. They bitch, they complain, they blah 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 blah. And no, the government doesn't take care of people right. But I'm going to tell you goddamn well right now, I have done a budget of just buying stuff out of stores that's pre-made. I have done and I'm talking about like a year or more. I have done this before because I like to prove shit wrong when I know it's wrong. The amount of money I spent on that prepackaged food and how shitty I felt at the end of that year on top of it. First of all, the prepackaged food by pound is more fucking expensive. It is not cheaper. I don't want to hear that shit. And I have lived in 9 fucking states. No, I'm sorry, this might be 10. And nowhere have I lived, even in the poorest neighborhood or the mid-range neighborhood, that I've walked in a goddamn grocery store and not seen produce on the shelves. That is bullshit. That rarely happens, and it only happens in fucking horrible urban areas. That is not something that happens across the United States. It's a fucking lie. Unless you want to talk about Alaska and Hawaii, because those are the only 2 states I've never been to. Because I've bought food and drove through and purchased stuff in every fucking state in this United States. The prices don't vary that much until you go into a large city like New York City or a tourist area like I live. Basically, the prices are pretty comparable. All of the out in the woods country people and shit, all those prices are comparable across the United States. And so is their pay. So the people approving the foods that make people fat are approving the drugs sold to treat. Yes. 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 How many times do I have to say? As long as we need them, we cannot change our government. They make us reliant on them. And this is one of the ways they do it. You go into a store and look for the healthy stuff in a store. You know where it is? All the way in the back of the fucking aisle in the back of the store. What's up towards the front? All the shit that is horrible for you that will kill you and give you diabetes. And that's what's up there. Now think about it, Carrie. Let's say we took all preservatives out of food. Okay? We'd have to transport more, which would actually cost more money and be worse on the pollution, right? Because the problem is we can't transport it that fast. So what would have to happen is every city would have to have its own industrial area, which it pretty much does now. People are just fucking buying whatever's cheap from the other coast because they don't give a fuck about climate. Anyways, so you'd have to have the food supplies closer to the areas and not dragging a goddamn head of lettuce all the way across from fucking California to fucking Ohio because Ohio doesn't grow good lettuce or whatever. I'm just using it as an example. Yeah. So if they did that, it would lower the cost of transportation. It would help against climate change. The food would be fresher, and people wouldn't be getting sick off it. But here we go. The big money people want to keep it the way it is. They sell a bunch of product. They sell a bunch of fucking diabetes meds afterwards that they charge way too much money for. Go Biden on that one, by the way. Top, 8 drugs that save people's lives? He just cut back the price of for anybody that's fucking poor. Good job, Biden. Anyways, not the point. Yes, Ohio does suck, Sumami. I'll never live there again. And why my trans son lives in goddamn Columbus and wouldn't move to the land of free with me, he's a fucking idiot. I tried to get him to move over here 3 goddamn times. I was going to bring him with me and get him a place to stay and everything until he got on his feet. And he would not fucking come with me because of pussy. He was chasing 2 girls. Yeah.
One thing I've heard or somebody suggested is actually do rooftop gardening on the grocery stores. So you have your produce being grown right on top of the grocery store. Now, of course, it'll be depending on what you can't it'll be regional depending on what you can grow, obviously. But yeah, you could do that.
My mom was a single parent. My mom was a single parent of 6 goddamn kids when she kicked my dad out of the house. A year later or so later, it went down to 4. But you know what? She worked her ass off. You know what? We came home to fucking home cooked meals because it can be fucking done. Even to this day, it can be done. It's called meal prep. Oh, I'm going to be busy all week. I'm going to meal prep and put this good, healthy food that I made over the weekend in the fridge. And then all my kid has to do is stick it in the microwave for 2 minutes. Put it in the oven for 10 minutes, depending on the age of the kid. If you really wanna, you can. How about my 60-year-old landlord that works 4 fucking jobs and takes care of 2 teenage boys that are pains in the ass and are fucking spoiled rotten? because their parents are, one's a fucking druggy, alcoholic piece of shit that can't stay out of jail, and their mother's dead. She does it. She cooks them food damn near every single day, breakfast and fucking dinner. And she's fucking 60 years old with 4 goddamn jobs and 2 kids. I don't want to hear it. The bottom line is we are fucking lazy, and none of us, I'm lazy. I'll be the first. You think I finished my goddamn bathroom yet? Fuck no, I haven't. It's too overwhelming for my ADD. I'll never get to it. It'll take me a fucking year to get to it, just like everything else.
No, it's not really being lazy. That's the ADD.
I know that's ADD, but I do have a, yeah, it really is, because I just look and I go, oh my God, I have so much to do. And then I'm done. I'm overwhelmed. I can't do it.
That's
It does
probably
suck.
why a lot of people tend to not be able to get around to cooking, since they probably also feel overwhelmed.
Why don't we talk about all that food that we're just throwing out the back doors because it has a little spot on it? Why don't we talk about that? How about the guy that has a grocery store for day-old food? Sells it what he paid for it at.
Cut the spot off, throw that in your compost, and you eat the rest.
That's what we did growing up. We didn't use pesticides. You know how many times in my life I've bit into an apple and found a worm? You take the first bite, you hold it in the front of your mouth, you look. Oh, okay. It's good. That's what you do. And you do that for every bite. Oh, yep. That one's good too. We didn't use any of that shit growing up. We picked the bugs off. We cut the bad spot off. We cut the part out. I had an apple that I bought at the farmer's market, had a fucking rotten ass worm in it. Do you think I threw that apple out, Mage? What do you think I did?
I imagine you cut the rotten part out.
And I ate the rest. Right. And I didn't even waste the rotten part with the fucking worm in it. I threw it out to the birds because I know they'll fucking eat it. And the rabbits out there.
I was stuck that.
Oh,
I was
wait,
stuck that in my. Yeah, I was stuck that in my compost.
Yeah, I don't have a composter though. So, I mean,
Well, I don't
she
have a composter either.
she does. She has one right behind my house over here that she doesn't fucking use. It just sits
Well,
there.
well, like I said,
Paid like $200 for it.
I took a bag of the 3 cubic foot bag of peat moss. You just emptied that out. Once I was emptied out, I used that as compost.
Yes, thank you, Sumami. There's a happy medium there, right? There is a happy medium. Like the fact that rich guys that care about people are starting stores to sell the day old produce that everybody's trying to throw out, and they have enough to fill an entire fucking store of just produce. That is ridiculous. But yes, no, we do not need to start picking weevils out of hardtack or drinking ale so we don't get we don't die because the water's not good, or getting scurvy or anything like that. We don't have to worry about that anymore. But no, you're right though. You're right. There's a happy medium between being this wasteful and not, and being a lot less wasteful.
Yeah, we could definitely be a lot less wasteful.
If we were all less wasteful, those of us that have food at the ready or have jobs or whatever, and we can afford to take care of ourselves well, if we stopped wasting, first of all, things would be a lot cheaper. Number one. Number two, there would be more food out there that can get to those food deserts. Because here's the problem. The food deserts exist because they're in poor neighborhoods and nobody gives a fuck about the poor people. You go in a rich neighborhood, you won't find one hole on that goddamn grocery shelf empty. Ever. Because they have money and they're guaranteed to buy that shit. And that's what the grocery store wants. They don't give a fuck about feeding people. It's just a profit. Just like Walmart and every place else. It's just a fucking profit, folks. I learned that some places gather the biodegradable garbage and mass-produce compost for the county, and sales go to maintain the system. Good. Excellent. That's amazing. That should be everywhere. I'm wondering if inventions like a peel will help with longer shelf life for fruits. And okay, I don't know what that is. Let's look that up and
Peel?
check it out.
What is a peel?
Here, I don't know. Appeal Whole Foods, Appeal Stock. What am I looking at? Appeal Sciences. Let's just try
Appeal
Appeal.
avocados.
I know, I found that too. Appeal Food Gone Good. Okay. Let me just get this screen up. I'll share it. Well, I'll check it out here.
It's a company.
Plant-based protection that helps the produce you love stay fresh for longer.
Oh, okay. I see what they're doing. Tasteless
Okay.
edible coating. So
What
they're
is appeal and how
basically
does it
like
work?
okay.
Extra peel of protection made by applying another layer of what already exists naturally on fruits and vegetables. This extra peel has one job: keep moisture and oxygen out. Because fresh produce is a living, breathing thing, a peel simply slows down respiration and associated oxidization and water loss for longer freshness. Of course, a peel protected produce still spoils, just a bit slower. Wow.
All right, yeah, I see how that would work.
Drag what? Oh, they're showing you the aging process. That's interesting. Okay. Avocados, English cucumbers, limes. What the hell? Mandarins, oranges, lemons, grapefruit, mangoes. What the fuck it is already? Earth already has a perfect recycling system, so why not use it? Yeah, you know, that's the fucking truth. Huh. Okay. So I have to look into that more. Have to, you can scroll to the top. Anyways, it's just called apeel.com. If you guys are interested in checking that out, it's pretty interesting, I think. Here you go. I got you. Slower rot, like leaving a corpse in an arid desert. You know, I just love how you talk about food, Sumami. It really turns me on. I'm just kidding.
It's got time.
Well, yeah, if you put it on the outside of a corpse, yeah, that wouldn't be good. Because it's going to rot inside, whether, I mean, it starts rotting like right away. I had a kidney inside me. So.
Yeah, a lot of the rotting is also due the bacteria and stuff that it's all the stuff that's inside the person that's causing rotting and all that too.
Right. Well, you also have to consider, you know, things like kidneys and livers, they filtrate things. So they have all this that they have to get rid of. And if they're not filtering, then the is in it. And then what happens when it dies all the way?
That's where you get a lot of the bloated stomach thing, and it just kind of blows up the stomach, and all that stuff gets out. Then you're gonna
entertain the chat. I have to go.
What am I supposed to do? What do we have here? Your you also etc. With bio break. Yes, bio break. Yeah. Let's see, what do I have on my list of stuff on my gardening thing here. You can also water or glass eggs with pickling lime and filtered water to seal and preserve them. Yeah, yeah. Pickling is a pretty good way of preserving things. So quite a lot you can pickle. I've also heard of reusing pickle juice is from like pickles that you buy at the store. I haven't tried it myself, but I have seen people do that before. Or decomposable grass will make you go from regular Joe to Joe Blow. Grass is a great way of getting nitrogen into your composts. Hello.
That's a good point. Yeah. You can also water glass eggs with pickling lime and filtered water to seal and preserve them. Really? Doesn't change the taste of the egg? I mean, I'm never going to use that, but Deb might want to know. She might still.
Might have some effect on the taste. But...
I believe that proper cartoon term is kerplooey.
Kerplooey.
If it was plow, it would be kapow or kaplow. But usually the cur has a ooey on the end. Just saying. Aaron, yes, that was a neat one to learn. What was it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I've never seen that before. America has a disturbingly uncommon pickling culture, unlike a lot of... Yeah, you know, we don't... I know people that pickle things. And my ex-friend used to... she would... After she cut up her venison, she would can it. And she'd cut it in smaller chunks, and she'd throw it in a brine water. And then when she took it out the next 8 months, year, whatever later to use it, it was the most tender fucking meat in the world. And it was already pre-salted. She didn't put a lot in it. She don't have to. But it was like the perfect, and she'd make stews out of it. And oh my fucking God. The fucking deer stew that came out of that. Pickled deer meat. I mean, canned deer meat. But basically salted. Remains raw in the shell. Here's a fun fact. Check this out. Did you know if you don't refrigerate your eggs and take them directly from the chicken, that they will last 4 or 5 times longer on the fucking counter than they will in the fridge? Facts. But they cannot be ever refrigerated. Once they are refrigerated, you have to continue to refrigerate them. If you get them, that's why, like, some of the movies you see, like the old farmer, and he's got a basket of eggs on the counter. That's really the way it always was. You don't need to refrigerate eggs.
Actually, it has to do with the stuff on the shell that protects it. If you once you wash them off, then we need to refrigerate them. But
I guess I've never heard.
If you just take them from the chicken in and leave it, they'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just don't ever refrigerate it, and you can leave them on your counter.
No, don't wash them. There's something on the outside of the egg.
Rinse them off.
You don't rinse
them off. And leave them on the counter.
Yeah, you don't rinse them off. Rinse them off until when you're ready to use them, because there's something on the egg that protects it.
Is it butt juice from the chicken? Chickens have butt juice that protect eggs. Now we know.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Maybe Mom didn't clean them. Maybe I'm misremembering. I was little. We started putting them in the fridge when I was a kid. Everybody started to. There was a big thing in the early 70s about it, and then everybody started putting them in the fridge.
Yeah, the reason why we have to refrigerate our eggs that we get to the store, because they go through washing processes and all that stuff. Yeah, okay, it's called the
Tsuke Mono Market in Japan. The number of pickles is insane. I bet. I actually love pickles. I love fucking vinegar. Anything. I love vinegar. Well, not anything, but you know what I mean. Anything that comes that way.
Okay, the protective layer on the shell is called the bloom. So you can, once that actually is meant to protect the chick. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Protects from like bacteria and stuff seeping into the egg. And so once you wash the egg, you get rid of that, and then the egg becomes susceptible to all sorts of stuff.
I don't know who you're talking about, Sumami. Maybe. No, usually if you see little lumps on the eggs, it's just calcium deposits because the hen has plenty of calcium in her system.
Yeah, that's almost
More
a
than
good thing
enough.
to see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
almost. Yeah.
that means they have
You don't
good.
want it to get
Yeah.
too severe, but
Yeah.
it's cool to see a little extra lump of calcium on your chicken eggs because then you know your chickens are getting plenty of calcium if they have
Yeah.
extra deposits on the outside of their eggs.
Yeah, I've
My
seen that on
sister
my
as a kid
chickens.
tried to hatch an egg from the fridge because she wants a baby chicken. Didn't work though. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work. I had an opposite experience. I took a duck egg from a nest and tried to make pancakes in the dirt. That's how I learned about life and death. Oh,
Ooh. Oh, jeez.
let me guess. There was a little birdie in one, wasn't there? It was a sad day for little Sumami. Oh,
Oh.
oh, you poor thing. I'd hug you. Except you wouldn't want my fucking old white trans ass anywhere near you. But otherwise, I would hug you. Uh,
Virtual hug.
we found it when it started rotting.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. You know, my eggs don't rot. They just dry up and become hard.
Weird. In the human environment you live in? What? It's so dry here. I put stuff in my fridge and I'll take it out like a day or two later. And if I don't cover it, it's fucking dry in like 2 days. That's how fucking there's no humidity here. It's so fucking arid.
If I
Things
get
dry out in a refrigerator. Things dry out in plastic bags here that would like mold and rot in Ohio or whatever. It's weird.
next time I get a egg that's too old, I'll just let it sit and I'll show you sometime on the video.
The weird
really
thing
weird.
is though, the weird thing I don't get about here though is that bread will actually mold faster, and I don't understand that. Because normally your bread will mold if too much moisture gets in the bag.
Yeah.
And that will cause it to mold.
I
But
actually keep
here
my
it'll
bread.
be dry as a bone and hard as a rock, and there's fucking mold on the outside. I'm like, how does that happen? I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I keep my bread in the fridge, in the bottom in the vegetable crisper.
What was the frown
It
for,
doesn't mold.
Sumami?
Yeah, I don't really get mold.
Yeah.
On my bread that way.
Sorry, you said you keep it in the fridge?
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
vegetable
it gets
crisper.
moldy anyways. You know how I do it? I put it all the way in the back on the top shelf of my fridge where things freeze, and it only kind of partially freezes the bread, and then I can lay it out for like 5 minutes and it's defrosted.
I don't even have that. I don't even have that
But it
problem.
keeps my bread I'm like those rolls I have in there that I've been eating on those for like a month, and I just ate the last one like 2 days ago. And they were fine because I left them partially frozen.
Yeah, I don't even need to worry about partially freezing them. They just stay good. They'll get stale, but they.
Yeah, you lucky bastard.
I don't get mold.
Yeah, you don't even want to like leave a sandwich out and come back later and eat it because the outside edge of the sandwich will be dry in like 30, 45 minutes. You can't leave anything out here. It just dries right out.
Well, that's actually one way you can do if say you have some cake and you don't want the piece of the sides that you cut drying out. Take some bread and put it against the pieces that you cut out.
Say that again?
So let's say you take a piece of cake and you cut out a slice, so you have that one wedge. Well, if those two sides you leave it out, it can dry out. So you take a piece of bread and just stick it in between that wedge, just to cover it up, and that will keep the cake moist.
But see, here you can't do that because you have to put it in a sealed container because the fucking icing will get like hard as a fucking rock and it'll just crumble on you here. Like it just sucks everything. This place sucks the moisture out of everything. Maybe that's why the bread rots. Maybe because it has moisture in it. It's sucking that moisture out and it just molds.
That might be it. Yeah.
Creates like a little oven in there and kind of grows some shit. It's a good chance of that. Oh shit! I didn't go to the dispensary today. I am low on THC products, folks.
Hmm.
It's not
It's an
cool.
emergency.
And it's not an emergency yet. I got a little vape over here, and I got a little bit of wax left in my wax pen from like 2 months ago when I got sick of smoking it like that way. So I got a little keef in the bottom of my grinder. So it's gonna have to be good enough for today. Go first thing in the morning when they open at 10.
White Oak Pastures. If you ever take home farm fresh eggs or visiting a grocery store or outside of the country, you may have been surprised to learn that eggs don't necessarily need to be refrigerated. In fact, the U.S. This is one of the few countries that promote the washing and refrigerating of eggs. Lots of customers ask us questions about the pasture eggs. So here we answer a few common questions. The difference between in washed versus unwashed. Before hen lay is an egg, her body creates a protective layer called the bloom. Over the shell, the bloom protects the egg from bacteria and getting inside by sealing in the 6,000 to 8,000 shell pores. Large commercial eggs producers spray the eggs with a chemical sanitizer and before they package them to reduce the risk of bacteria like salmonella contaminating the egg. When the eggs are washed, the bloom is removed, leaving the egg pores open to protect potential new bacteria without the protective layer. It's recommended that you refrigerate washed eggs at a temperature of around 45 degrees to prevent any bacterial growth. If the egg are left unwashed with the bloom intact, you can place them on your kitchen counter unwashed. Remove room temperature. Your eggs should be kept for about 2 weeks. If you aren't planning to eat your eggs for a while, we recommend refrigerating them. And the cooler temperature is release the shell. Well, increase the shelf life for the egg keeping for about 3 months.
There you go.
Yeah.
Told you they last 3 times longer like that. Month in the fridge, and then they're bad, and 3 months on the fucking counter if you don't.
No.
Okay.
It's about a month on the counter, 3 months in the fridge, without washing it.
Oh, without washing it in the fridge. Okay. See, okay, I got you. So if I got a dozen eggs from a local farmer and only ate one a week, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Literally. That's funny. Okay. I didn't know that. Thanks for the info, Mage. You little researcher, you. America washes its eggs, which leaves them vulnerable. Europe chooses not to. That's why European eggs don't have to be refrigerated. Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't know it was the washing thing. I thought once they were refrigerated, it was done. I was unsure about that, but I have been schooled by Wage, so I know now. I know now the truth of your identity.
So don't wash your eggs. Stick them in the fridge.
Compost. Don't wash your eggs. What else? Try to buy fresh as much as possible by weight. It is not more expensive than shit in the fucking pre-made goddamn sections that say kids meal and shit on them. It's crap food. Quit giving it to your fucking children.
That suggestion kind of gave me an idea of buying a bag of potatoes, some black beans, mix them together with some spices, and making a meal out of that.
Yeah, I eat black beans all the time. I put black beans and yellow corn in my salad when I eat it.
I'm thinking maybe some garlic powder, or some straight garlic, some onion in there, maybe some paprika.
Right?
Sure, I can think of some other spices to add to that.
Well, you said paprika, and what else you want to put in it?
Onion and garlic.
Paprika, onion, garlic.
This is kind of off the top of my head, but
Make sure you add some salt because beans suck the shit up out of salt. They're like potatoes. And yeah, the black beans are actually really good for you, by the way, people.
I actually don't
That's
really
what-
add salt to
that's my-
anything I make.
Yeah.
The only thing I've ever added salt to was my grilled cheese. So I just happen to like the little extra salt on the bread.
Good to hear. Thank you, Jasper. And have a wonderful day. Or evening or morning or I don't know where you are. I just realized that. I have
Don't know
never
what
seen
the
you
vegan.
work.
Don't know how the vegan cheese would work in that, but personally, I'd add some extra sharp cheddar for myself. But
Yeah. Well, they have like American kind of cheddar cheese, and they have mozzarella, fake provolone. They have those things.
Hmm.
Some of it actually melts too.
well, if you can find
but
something that
not-
melts,
Most of it does not melt in.
yeah, you can find something that would melt in. That would probably work.
Yeah. Yeah. The melt kind is very expensive. It's like a fucking little 4-ounce bag for like fucking $10. It's ridiculously expensive. Now that I can't afford.
Not something I'd probably say was necessary though.
Germany. Oh, okay. Well, have a wonderful day then. Or night or whatever. You're like what? 8 hours difference from the East Coast? 7 hours? No. Let's see. UK is 5 hours from the East Coast ahead. I don't know where you are compared to them. Sorry, I suck.
One thing I like to make myself that lasts a good week because you make a cup of pasta. You like to use the tricolor pasta just for looks. A cup
Yeah.
of rice. You make that up. And for me, I mix it up with some meat and some green veggies. You can just replace the meat with whatever meat substitute you want for a vegan diet. Just mix it all together. You add a little bit of like a General Tao sauce or whatever sauce you like. Mix that in, and you got yourself a meal. It'll last the whole week.
I do that all the time. I do it with rice. I have frozen cauliflower, broccoli, and peas, and I use tiki masala sauce.
But yeah, like
Tiki
I was saying,
masala is the
you'll-
best fucking sauce that any Indian person has ever made in their fucking life.
yeah,
Anyway,
you also add pasta to that.
so you are about the same as UK time. Okay, I thought you were close to that. I wasn't sure if it was 7 or 8. Bye. Since their week has started. Our week is not 5 or 6 hours. Let's see here. I gotta go back up a little bit here. Pasta water should taste like dilute seawater. Yeah, you're supposed to put salt in your pasta. Actually, salt is just help the boil, right? But I like to put
It's not necessary.
I put a little bit of salt and I put olive oil in it so they don't stick.
Yeah, it's just to help keep it from sticking. It's not really all that necessary though.
Yeah, right, Sumami? You know it does, absolutely. That's my cheat. My cheat is the tiki masala sauce. But you don't need a lot of it because it spreads, so it's so thick in the jar and so dense. But when it gets hot, it runs everywhere, so you don't need a lot. So for like one big plate for me with rice, broccoli, cauliflower, and peas on it, I'll throw like maybe 2 serving spoon size blops. So that jar lasts me for like weeks because I don't eat it every day.
Ooh, that'd be good. Add some
Tiki-
rice,
I thought-
potato, and
I thought tiki masala, it is an Indian? What is it?
Nope.
Come from?
European. Based on
With
Indian.
all the other Indian food. And why do they call it an Indian simmer sauce?
Because it's based on the Indian food.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It says on the label it's Indian food. That's what I'm confused about. Oil in pasta water prevents surface retention and starts to bleed into the water from causing it to boil over. Oh, and it keeps your pasta from sticking at the same time. That's usually all I use is olive oil. Sometimes I put salt in.
It's like Chinese fortune cookies. They aren't actually Chinese.
Yeah, no shit. Tahini is yummy. You should if anybody here likes tree nuts, I love tree nuts.
Oh yeah.
Try tahini almonds. Fucking delicious. Fucking delicious. I enjoy fresh vegetables, just a bit of salt and pepper and not seasoned at all. I really love it. Yeah, see, I don't it depends on what I'm in the mood for, what I put on them. Like there's times that I will literally just make my mouth is watering. I'm gonna have to go and eat soon.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten yet today. Eventually I need to. So
Well, we are less than an hour
it
away
dep-
from Maya.
yeah, I'm gonna cut off here in about 7-8 minutes. Actually, I like to give everybody time to go like eat dinner, take a shit, get drinks, get high, whatever you need to do before the Bad Science Sunday starts, because we all need to be high for that. So what was I saying? Yeah, it depends on what it is with me. Sometimes, like with rice and broccoli, I'll just put like a little bit of butter and salt and pepper on that shit and just fucking eat it. It's fucking delicious. But you got to have butter on the rice, or I'm not happy. Or at least, you got to have something to make it not sticky.
I
Yeah.
like my rice sticky.
You go. Yeah, those old abuelas, man. Yeah, abuelitas. Yeah, grandmas, Spanish grandmas. They know some shit. They know how to fucking cook. Yeah, so I think we'll go ahead and kill it here. It's almost quarter till, anyways. Mage, got anything coming up? Anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to share?
Well, I'd say I still got my channel Gardens Happen. You saw me showing you the latest this garden tour earlier. You're in here.
Yeah,
There's some
yeah,
captions from it.
yeah. So everybody go check out Gardens Happen. That is Mage's gardening channel. Make sure you sub to it, and he puts out little random tours and updates, and he experiments with different compost and stuff. So,
Yep.
back mono, for instance. So, yeah, you guys go check that out. Of course, I will be here next Sunday, as per usual. Once I start my job, I go to orientation on the 23rd, and I start officially on the 24th. I don't know what days I'm going to be working, so this might get moved, might not. I have no idea. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Sazon is a Spanish mix, which makes it different. Adobo is traditionally a simmering marinade, but it's also a jar spice mix in the U.S. Yes, correct. Yeah, those two things are all over the place here. All over. Very Hispanic area. That's all I can eat. But let me tell you how much healthier I am and how much healthier I feel since I've been off of the meat. So everybody, make sure you take care of yourselves. You take care of one another. And most of all, have some peace in your life.
Alright, you crazy people. You stay cool. Keep it real. Keep an eye out for each other. Suck in that content you love. Dance like nobody's watching. Go after your passions and enjoy them. I'm out. Peace.